Did you say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked her in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Fadzai.
And I'm Sandile.
And today we will be continuing our journey down the lovely Stefan Salvatore saga. Woo. Coming at you with season 5.
It's good times. Good times all around.
Oh, there was actually something from last week, and now I've forgotten the exact scene, but I should have mentioned it because it was such a gag.
Go for it.
I think in season 4, post the whole Rebecca's after-school special episode.
I was going to bring up the exact same scene before you got started.
Was it? You can bring it up because maybe you remember it better than me. I forgot to go back and look at it properly. It was just bouncing around in my head.
So, knowing nothing of what you were about to say, the scene I was going to bring up is in the time where Damon still has not broken the sire bond as he was told to. He has now been compelled by Cole to go after Jeremy and needed to be locked up in the Salvatore cellar. Elena, who is sire bonded to Damon, she's like, I want to see Damon. He's like, no, we can't let you see him. You'll do whatever he says. He'll just tell you to let him out and you'll let him out. Elena is like, why are you being so cold, Stefan? Like, why are you being like this?
Yes!
Stefan says,
I love how in sync we are.
Because as I was editing back, I was like, there's one Stefan moment. I did say broadly that Stefan gets to be nasty in that season, in that arc, but I forgot to mention that he says, I'm not being any type of way, Elena. You just don't know me when I'm not in love with you.
Damn!
And that was so... I was like, yes, it's about time. And listen. This is not to say that once you're broken up with somebody, you shouldn't be nice to them anymore. But considering the circumstances, I think Stefan can be a little bit catty, okay?
And maybe it's something Elena needed to hear. I don't know.
Like, she's like, oh, you're with Rebecca now, and you're not letting me see them. And Stefan's like, no, that's not how this works, babe. Sorry.
And she was so pressed about the whole, oh, you slept with Rebecca thing. I was like, listen, I get it. That was a wild choice, and maybe part of it was fueled by a desire to have some sort of like revenge sex.
I don't think so. I honestly don't think it had anything to do with Elena. Unlike Damon in season 3, where it very pointedly had to do with Elena, despite his protests.
But I'm like, ultimately, Elena, when you break up with someone, I don't think you get to decide which strangers. I mean, I know Rebecca's not a stranger, but I'm like, she's not your friend or your relative. I don't think you get to decide whether or not Stefan can have some sort of a thing with her.
And I think you said it in the last session, especially when you've gotten together with his brother. It's like, I don't think you get to say shit. Actually, I'm sorry, you're being mind controlled, but you refuse to acknowledge that, so there's nothing I can do. Tough titties, girl. I don't know.
So that was it, yes. Look at us, hive mind, Stefan Cuckoo.
We're linked up, babe.
Yeah, we left Stefan at the end of last season, having just come face to face with his own face. Stefan met Silas, his doppelganger. I was gagged. He got tossed in a safe and has spent the summer drowning. So yeah, it was the summer of love. That is a reference that will probably reach fewer people. That is a Shawn Mendes song.
Oh boy.
Elena and Damon, begin this season having just had the most wonderful, amazing summer of just we're endgame now and we're together and we're so in love and Klaus is gone and Silas has been defeated and we haven't heard from Bonnie in a while, but apparently
cares about
she's
that?
like off on a world tour with her mom.
Right.
She has been sending us emails, so... They're so in love that they don't notice that Jeremy must be acting a little off.
Right. Jeremy's just speaking to himself in a room and is just like, oh, that's weird. Anyway, love, come here. It's like, all right.
None of them have the Find My Phone app and they're like, wait, why is Bonnie's phone in our house?
So true. It's even crazier that Bonnie's dad, right, for 3 months presumably doesn't know his daughter's dead.
No, he doesn't. And Jeremy points that out to Bonnie. He's like, I can't be lying to all your friends and even your dad. And she's like, my dad? I've sent him messages through you. He's replied like twice. He doesn't care to speak to me. Listen, one day when we do the Bonnie episode, we can have a discussion about why the one black character's father is the deadbeat who doesn't seem to have any problems, just isn't that interested in being around.
Which is like, he's not supposed to be the deadbeat parent. Her mom is, so they're both dead. We can't get into it. You're right. We have to put it off.
Before we get to the actual Stefan focus, one thing that I found hilarious is, well, this is Stefan relevant. Elena, she's reading a message from Bonnie, which obviously Jeremy has physically sent. And Bonnie ends off the message saying, oh, have you heard from Stefan? Because I guess no one has. And I guess Stefan hasn't responded to whatever texts she's had Jeremy send him. And so Elena scrolls through her contact list. Before I get to the Stefan of it all, she scrolls past not just Klaus's name, but Cole's name. If you're not paying attention or if you don't pause, you won't see it. But I saw it. And I was like, now hold on. Elena, okay, fine. Klaus's number, fine. Maybe you might need his blood again if you get bitten by a werewolf. Or Tyler. Sure. But Cole? Cole, whom you helped kill? When did you even save his number onto your phone? Was that when you and Jeremy lured him to your house to murder him?
When they called
Why
him
do you
up.
still have it saved?
They said, never know when you're going to need this contact, baby. People come back from the dead and they get their exact same number back from the service. It's never recycled.
I would have deleted that. I don't know. Also, another interesting name. There's a Sarah saved in there. And I'm like,
Not
Sarah who
Salvatore.
died under compulsion when Tyler accidentally killed her in season 2?
Oh, that's Sarah. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
I was like, Elena, update this list, please. It's disrespectful.
I kind of love that whatever continuity person, they can't have been thinking of that Sarah. They probably just dropped in Sarah because that's just a name, a common name.
Yeah.
But it's funny that the continuity now is like, oh, Elena kind of knew that Sarah well enough to have her number saved. That's fun. Was she at her funeral? Maybe.
Maybe. Rebecca's name is also in there, and I'm like, girl,
Yeah.
that's cute. That you think she'll ever pick up when she sees your name on the caller ID.
She just hasn't done a quick refresh. She's been busy.
But speaking of Sarah, once she scrolls to the S's, she sees Stefan's name, and she hovers over it like she wants to call him, but ultimately she doesn't. And then Damon comes in and speaks to her, and she's like, oh, I have this feeling something terrible's about to happen, which I'm like, yeah, duh, have you seen your life? Like,
Oh, no.
And after Damon leaves, again, she looks like she wants to almost call him, but then she doesn't. She dramatically sinks into her bathtub, and then we get that cool underwater transition shot where it flips around, and then it's Stefan drowning to death and reviving over and over and over again.
God.
And that's essentially how he spends the episode.
Pretty much. Pretty much the whole time.
It's a bunch of other people just being like, oh, have you heard from Stefan? Have you heard from Stefan? Caroline is the person who's like, well, no, I don't think you wondering about Stefan or dreaming about him. Elena's like, they're not dreams yet. It's more of a feeling. And Caroline's like, well, you've got this nagging pit in your stomach because that pit is called guilt.
Right.
Because you broke Stefan's heart. And that nagging feeling is your brain waking up to tell you made a
picked the
horrible but
wrong
completely
brother.
irreversible mistake.
Caroline's so real.
Caroline said, listen, I'm not giving up.
No.
It's episode 1.
I've got some hope in this early era.
We can still save this ship.
I've gotta right this ship.
While Stefan spends this episode drowning, we see that he is hallucinating a version of Damon who is pushing him to flip his humanity switch in order to end some of his torment. Stefan's like, but I'll still be in pain. And Damon's like, yeah, but then you won't feel all the hopelessness and misery that you're currently feeling as you desperately wonder whether you'll ever get out of here. By the end of the episode, Stefan almost gives in, but then a version of Elena appears in his hallucination and she tells him not to give up. It's so sweet. And I actually don't blame myself for thinking there was still a chance.
No.
Because this season really makes you think that there's a chance.
That there's still some hope, that there's a spark there that, like, I mean, it's always the case on Stefan's end, right? That Elena was this touchstone, this anchor and rock for him. This scene is very angel and devil on the shoulder, blue dragon, red dragon, right? It's like Damon being like, just let go. Just forsake your natural self because it'll be easier not to care. And Elena being like, no, hold on to the person that you are because that's what will get you through. And it's like, damn, I wish this would mean something.
Because she
At some
actually
point.
says, "Stay with me, Stefan," and she's like, I know this is torture, but your humanity is what makes you who you are. Please, Stefan, for me. So I'm like, oh, you were the encouragement. Interesting. Later on, the show will treat it as though the whole time he was like, I'm waiting for Elena and Damon to save me. But I'm like, and yet your psyche used Damon as the person encouraging you to do the thing you didn't want to do, and Elena as the person encouraging you to stay true to yourself. Because he tells the Damon hallucination, he's like, if I flip my switch, I'll be a monster again by the time someone saves me, and then what will have been the point of any of this? Like, no, I have to hold on. So he does.
Yeah.
Also, Silas runs around pretending to be him in a few scenes. It's not really important.
Sure does.
He does throw some shade when Damon first sees him and thinks it's Stefan. He's like, oh, Stefan, you didn't call all summer, but I understand why. And then Silas is like, you mean because you stole my girlfriend?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm over it.
I mean, yeah, you know, what can be
He
said?
also, when he's looking for Catherine, he also takes some shots where he's like, he reads Damon's mind and therefore knows Catherine has contacted him. Damon's like, wait, how did you know that? And he's like, oh, she called me first.
Right.
Remember how
It's
I'm
always
her
been
favorite?
me
First.
Silas.
Silas,
Hey,
you
hey,
messy.
hey.
Episode 2, True Lies. Did I say what the... Oh, episode 1 is called I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Don't lie to me, there's no other. There's your other Shawn Mendes song.
Another Shawn Mendes song, actually, yes. I Know What You Did Last Summer is what I said to Julie Plec when season 5 started. And I was like, listen here, you. I'm kidding. As I've said, I was fine with Delena if it was going to be a temporary thing. I just didn't know what I was in for.
Yeah.
And this season ensures that I don't know for the longest time.
It sure does. And I'm sure at the time I had hope similarly, but certainly beyond first watch, I was like, no, I think even the first time there's a point in season 5 where I was like, oh, we're just wasting our time here. Never mind.
They have so many beautiful, tender moments and callbacks that it's like, why are you stringing me along as a member of your audience? Like,
What was the reason?
why am I a boy standing in front of the writers' team going, what are we?
That's so true.
In the second episode, True Lies, he has this like hallucination of himself having a picnic at the quarry where he's drowning, but he's like on the shore with Elena. The hallucination Elena is like, oh, why have you chosen this particular vision? And he says, no, these are the good moments. The simple ones, the ones that matter. They're the moments that keep me from falling apart. And Elena literally kisses him, which I'm like, yeah, in Stefan's mind, fine. He's obviously not over her yet. But it's strange that when he's in this little illusion, he seems to be very much like, yeah, I'm still in love with Elena. And then when he gets out of it, he's like, no, I was ready to move on. I just wanted my friend and my brother to save me. And that's where all my pain is coming from.
I mean, as I've said, you can be in love with somebody and be friends with them. They're not mutually exclusive, in my opinion.
Good luck to those of you who try that. But yeah, Elena's like, this can't last forever, and starts to cough up water as reality bleeds back in and Stefan drowns again. Eventually, because of things that Silas says, Damon realizes where Stefan is and asks Liz Forbes to dredge the quarry where Stefan is drowning. Liz is like, I can't spare the resources. But by this point, Damon is at least feeling guilty and is like, oh, I spent the whole summer canoodling with Elena and being happier than I've ever been. And I didn't know my brother was missing. Please. So eventually, she does find the safe. Oh, but before... Before that, Silas does have a meeting with Elena where he's pretending to be Stefan.
Right.
And Elena's like, oh my gosh, Stefan, you're okay. I thought something terrible happened to you. And Silas is like, well, something terrible did happen. You fell in love with my brother.
Silas!
And I'm like, Silas, why are you doing this?
Silas weirdly being this cathartic voice for whatever section of the fandom is watching this and being like, what a shit show. I kind of appreciate that at least.
Honestly, because I'm like, Silas, this has nothing to do with your motivations or your priorities.
Truly just for the key, just for the gag being like, and let me throw some zingers in there for these people. Just to mess them up a bit.
And Elena's literally like, ouch. And I was like, well, I mean, did you think everyone was just going to be friends immediately afterwards?
They dredge the quarry, but by the end of the episode, they find the safe and it's empty.
Well, it's not empty. There is a body inside, drained of blood.
Yes, of course. Key detail.
Also, when Elena finds out that Silas had been impersonating Stefan, who was clearly missing, and Damon hadn't immediately told her, which gets her put in danger.
Yeah.
And she is mind controlled by Silas to want to kill Damon. She gets very upset. And apparently that was the trigger for the mind control that kept it coming back. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because eventually Damon's like, focus on something else. And the thing that he tells her to focus on is Stefan.
Her love for Stefan, her concern that he's in danger, and it literally breaks her out of the mind control. It pisses me off so bad.
Why does it piss you off?
Because that goes nowhere, right?
Yeah.
You would think the moments we've highlighted before are Bonnie casting magic through Elena to affect Stefan. Stefan being able to resist compulsion to get to Elena. Elena able to help Stefan resist his bloodlust. And now this, right? This is a mirror for Stefan resisting compulsion because of their bond. Is Elena resisting Silas's psychic mind control because of their bond? And the outcome of that is, who cares, right? No, I'm wrong. The outcome of that is doppelganger shit, right? Because that's what they're setting up
yes.
this on.
Ugh. So that's this is the season of the fated doppelgangers who the universe wants to be together.
Right.
Which ultimately isn't even true.
Exactly. Right. So what does this mean? If the doppelganger shit twice this season proves to be a lie, what does this mean? Nothing.
It
apparently.
means that at the very least, Elena and Stefan have some sort of psychic connection because she does feel... Well, that's the thing. We'll come back to this in a few episodes.
Sure.
Elena says she's been feeling, weird about Stefan. Once she knows for a fact he's in trouble, she then says she can feel he's scared and lonely and in a lot of pain. And then at the episode, she and Damon are obviously summoned by Liz Forbes. And she's like, I found the safe. I don't want to open it because Stefan has super strength and is going to be ravenous. So you guys open it. And then they're like, well, that's a dead body that's not Stefan's, so he's out and about. The next episode, Original Sin, we have Stefan meeting Ketsia, which is actually so fun. I've forgotten how fun they are together.
It's so good. God, Janina Gavankar, my queen, just kills that role. I love her.
She's this lovely mirror for how jaded and bitter Stefan must be feeling now post-breakup, or at least how the fans who were on the side of that ship will be feeling, because she's coming there with all her, my drama with Silas and Damara and how I got left and she empathizes with Stefan on a certain level, even though she is still kind of using him. Catherine shows up this episode. Well, she's been there, but Catherine shows up when Damon and Elena want to go on a road trip to find Stefan. And she's like, oh, Elena, I heard you now had a full-on dream about where Stefan is and what he's doing. I had the same dream. We will later on learn that these particular dreams were placed into their heads by Ketsia. Yeah. So I'm like, so was the bad feeling Elena had all summer, was that Ketsia too? Or was its own thing?
It's gotta be, right? Because her whole thing was she was trying to draw them together. Because again, Marcos will do this later, putting dreams in their head. I think these witches are just putting dreams in their head of each other in like some sort of weird magical link between them through their doppelganger blood or magic or state of being. Or whatever. Yeah.
Well,
it sucks. That's why I keep saying it sucks.
All for naught.
Ketsia tells Stefan the whole story of her and Silas, their marriage and how he left her for another. The same stuff we heard in season 4, and how he drank their mortality thing and then she trapped him and desiccated him for 2,000 years or whatever and killed his beloved. I think she makes a daylight ring for him because Stefan's daylight ring was taken by Silas.
She pretends to be making a daylight ring all episode. It turns out she was prepping the spell she was going to use to fry his mind.
Sick. Love that. God. So yeah, she does then fry his mind in order to get to Silas.
To block Silas's psychic powers. Stefan does consent to it though.
Yes.
I had forgotten that part. That she tells him what's going on.
Oh yeah, because he's like, yeah, screw that guy.
Yeah. It creates this lovely dynamic where they're united in their hatred for Silas. I love that for them. She also tells Stefan about the fated doppelgangers that the universe has been trying to get together for 2,000 years. She also tells Damon, which makes him insecure for, I guess, the rest of the season?
Yeah, I guess, because even by the time Marcos comes around, Damon's still being pissy. I don't care. But yeah, there is a funny moment in this where they finally bust into that place to rescue Stefan. Damon gets knocked out by Katsia because, of course. And then by the time Elena gets there, I think Katsia's gone. She finds Stefan tied up to a chair. Damon's unconscious at the side of the room. So when he wakes up, he sees Elena kneeled by Stefan, touching his face, being like, Stefan, are you okay? Is everything all right? And he's looking at them all mournful. So that's fun, I guess. But then by the time they get him back to the Salvatore house and he is back in his, like, conscious self, it appears he no longer has his memories.
And then that starts us off on the amnesia arc.
Yeah.
In episode 4, For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's basically Damon and Elena in various ways trying to jog his memory. First, Damon gives him his journal. He reads through exactly the same entry that Damon was reading aloud to Elena in season 3, episode 3, when they were driving to Chicago to go save him from Klaus, about his time in the Windy City as Ripper Stefan. But now he's just like, yeah, I don't know who this is. I don't know any of this. Damon hints that, because he gives Stefan a blood bag, he hints that, oh, usually this amount of blood is enough for a vampire. You are a special case. I don't know why he doesn't immediately tell him.
There's a lot Damon
Saves
doesn't
it for a
immediately
later
tell him that's like, okay, Damon. I don't know why he'd withhold that, but all right. There's a fun scene where they crash the car, so he shows Stefan that they're, like, pretty resilient beings.
Stefan momentarily is like, I theorize that I'm the fun brother and you're the safe brother. So Damon's like, oh, really? And crashes the car. And Stefan's like, oh, okay.
Fair enough.
I guess you are the fun brother.
To that point, though, there's something about Stefan. You watched season 3 of The Flash, right?
Yes, but remind me which villain was in that season.
That's the Savitar season. It doesn't matter what was happening in The Flash. There's an episode in The Flash where Barry loses his memory for the episode. I can't remember in what context and why. Now they've just got Barry Allen, the Flash, who's got speedster powers but has no idea about anything in this world. And so they all have to basically remind him, hey, this is your life, this is how you operate, this is your day-to-day. And there's this very sort of juvenescence kind of energy to him, because by season 3, Barry Allen is so stressed out and so like down from all the shit he has to deal with. And very similarly, Stefan, who we know to be a very broody, very, like, emotionally weighted character. Without his memories, there's this freedom and there's this joy to him that you don't get to see, that he doesn't get to experience in his usual life. And there's almost like a reprieve for him in this, that I hope after he gets his memories back, maybe he retains that feeling somehow. I don't know. It's just bittersweet to see him in this episode be able to enjoy himself the way everyone else does.
He tries. He and Damon go drinking in this episode, and when Stefan experiences like involuntary bloodlust for the first time with this new clean slate, Damon's like, well, yeah, you lack the ability to do this in moderation because of your blood addiction. And Stefan's like, well, here's a theory. Maybe the traumatic events surrounding my transition into a vampire are what turned me into a Ripper. But now that I have this clean slate, that's possibly not the case. And Damon, credit where credit is due, finally having wised up to how ineffectual his attempts to force his way past Stefan's bloodlust have been in the past, he's like, let's rather not test that theory.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about goddamn time.
And then Elena shows up and Stefan's like, who are you again? And Elena's like, oh wow, you haven't told him about me yet, Damon? And Damon's like, we're working through a long life of memories. I haven't reached your chapter yet.
I'm sure, Damon, you insecure piece of shit. One of the most important people in his life. You haven't told him about her.
But later on, Stefan follows some waitress to a back room and wants to feed on her. And he's like, listen, everyone says that I can't control myself and I don't feel like I want to rip your head off. And the thought of killing you does genuinely terrify me, but I have this overwhelming hunger inside me that's just so much more powerful. So he almost feeds on her, but Damon vamp speeds in and stops him. And Damon says, today I am the safe brother. Wow. So I'm like, okay, well, at least, yay. Damon acknowledges that, yeah, doing this in a Carter bar was probably dumb. If the Ripper gene is biological, which we'll later on learn it is, then we need to minimize contact until you get back to your old self. We're not in the Salvatore cellar, sorry. They're in the Salvatore family crypt.
Yes. Yes. They go visiting the ancestors.
Love that for them. Damon has to leave to go deal with some other stuff. It's because Jeremy's finally ready to come clean about Bonnie being dead. And then Elena and Stefan start to speak.
Yeah.
And Stefan starts to like be flirty with her. Because he's like, how can I not remember you? You're like smart and beautiful. And you're clearly very strong if you've survived everything you've been through. Because at this point, she's opened up about all the people she's lost.
Yeah.
And then she's like, well, I got through that because I had amazing people who helped me get through it all, like you. And then Stefan's like, oh, we must have been bonded by death. Please don't tell me we met in a cemetery. And then it's like, well. She's like, technically, our first meeting when I was conscious was somewhere else. So she takes him to Mystic Falls High and tries to jog his memory by reenacting when they met as she came out of the boys' bathroom. It's so cute. It doesn't work, but it's really cute.
It's like the I think I said in the Elena episode, even without his memories, their chemistry is so palpable. They're so cute together.
Their chemistry is amazing. It's funny that those two actors apparently did not like each other in the beginning on set, because I'm like, your chemistry is probably the reason that Paul Wesley got this job.
I forgot to
because he was cast after Nina. So I guess he probably did like some screen tests with her and they were like, oh, this one for sure.
Magic. Absolute magic. Yeah, the fact that they did not like each other at the beginning, it baffles me because they're so good from day one. The power of acting, man. Honestly.
But then some bleeding athletes walk past because I guess the high school still has people inside it. And Elena, thinking quickly, is like, let me distract Stefan with another reenactment. I want to go show you how to use vampire powers. So she takes him outside to teach him how to super jump onto the roof. And once he does that, she's like, oh, you once super jumped me up on top of a Ferris wheel when I was still human. And then Stefan's like, oh, I assume that's when we were still dating. And she's like, what? How could you have figured that out?
Your memories? It's like, no, I can put two and two together, babe. I'm not an idiot.
And then he says, so I was a 164-year-old vampire who went back to high school. That must have had something to do with you, right?
I'm 50-50 on all the quips in this episode because I'm like, some of them are funny because you can very tongue-in-cheek look back on early seasons and be like, yeah, come on, let's poke some fun. But then some of them are just like taking rips at Stefan's expense and I'm like, well, this doesn't feel good. I don't appreciate that. Stefan's great. Shut up. Okay.
It's fine. We know the whole vampires in school thing is always going to be like, why would you do this to yourself? At least he's explaining the motivation would have been her. Otherwise, never. So Stefan is like, oh, did we break up because my Ripper condition was a turnoff? And she's like, no, actually, you were the most compassionate person I'd ever met. Mm-hmm. And you hated the idea of hurting anyone. The guilt would overwhelm you. You were always in control. And then Stefan's like, oh, so I must have bored you to death.
That's what
and
I'm
I was
talking
like,
about.
Sir, how dare you?
That's the thing I'm talking about.
Safety is not boring.
How dare you suggest that? He may be broody. He may be focused because he has a job to do, but he is not boring. He's
not
a lot
boring.
of fun, actually.
Never.
And Stefan's very catty. People always forget that Stefan has a snark to him. That's a lot of fun. Everyone's always like, oh, Damon's one-liners. Damon needs the one-liners. Stefan's just naturally got that charisma. Sorry.
But Elena tells him that, no, it wasn't you, it was me. Becoming a vampire changed me. And that's what ended our relationship. And I was like, no, what ended your relationship was your emotions for Damon got heightened, also helped along by the whole Cirebon thing. And then Stefan said, I can't do this anymore and dumped you. Let's not act like there was a drastic personality shift and the vampirism of it all. No, it was the Damon relationship. That was it.
Here's another question I forgot to ask last week that has always nagged me when they say this. Why did the vampirism only heighten her emotions for Damon? Why wouldn't they also heighten her emotions for Stefan? How does that make sense?
Actually,
because vampire emotions don't selectively heighten. Everything goes up. So you would think that her emotions for Stefan would also... It really is silly when you get down to it.
It heightened to a degree where she could no longer ignore the Damon emotions, no matter how big the Stefan ones were.
Okay, and now what?
Maybe they heightened by the same amount rather than on the same scale, if that makes sense.
I don't know if I'm following, but I honestly don't care enough, so it's okay.
So if Stefan was at an 80
okay,
and Damon was at a 50.
Generous.
And they both heightened by 20%. So now Stefan is at 100 and Damon is now
70.
At a 70. It's more to have to contend with, as opposed to saying, oh...
But that's still a 70 versus 100.
I'm trying to help them.
I don't see how that... I guess the other 30 is filled by the mind control, right? So that makes it a
The
more
other 30 is filled by the mind
even
control.
Competition.
The Sire bond is only worth 30%.
Fair. Fair. I guess now I'm back on
So
track.
once you get to a 70, you're home free.
Gotcha. Thanks. You've really illuminated it for me.
But yeah, Stefan asks how she became a vampire, so she takes him to Wickery Bridge to show him where the car accident happened. She's like, so I saved you once, why didn't I save you the second time? And she's like, no, I asked you to save Matt. And he's like, oh, so I was an idiot. And then she's like, no, actually, you were the perfect boyfriend because you valued what I wanted, even if you didn't agree with it. And then Stefan's like, hey, I know you're distracting me from my hunger. It's actually working. Whatever monster I was capable of being, I can see why I was different around you. And Elena says, you were never a monster. And Stefan's like, no, I saw my reflection in the mirror earlier. Even I was scared.
Oh,
and Elena's like, no. You never scared me. And the first time I saw your vampire face, I touched you. She touches his face as she says this. And I'm like, girl.
She sure does.
She's like, and I told you not to hide. The moment becomes very tender, and Stefan pulls in for a kiss. This is what pissed me off. I had never noticed this because when I first watched season 5, I'd long forgotten season 1. The song playing throughout this scene is Gravity by Sarah Bareilles, which is the song that played when they first kissed in season 1. I was so upset.
That's cruel. That's not even like sideways. That's a direct shot. That's not fair. Come on, man.
Just so unfair.
We were led by the nose. My God.
Stringing me along.
Anyway.
The song you should have been playing, CW, was Why Do You Build Me Up, Buttercup Baby, just to let me down. But anyway, Elena's like, I'm with Damon. And Stefan's like, oh, wow.
Weird you haven't mentioned that all day. When we've been flirting and walking around being all cute. Okay.
And then she's like, I wasn't trying to hide it from you. And Stefan's like, yeah, you know that hunger you were distracting me from? It just returned.
Just came back.
And he runs away. Eventually, Stefan finds Jesse, Caroline's flirtationship from college, and feeds off him. And then he stops and he's like, look, see? I stopped.
Yeah.
I'm in control. See, it's not that bad. But then he starts monologuing to Jesse about all his problems, like these vampires always do when they're about to kill someone.
Poor Jesse this season, man.
Eventually, Caroline shows up and saves Jesse. She's like, Stefan, this isn't who you are.
This isn't
like,
you.
Even if you don't remember who you are, I do. You're good.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And eventually, he goes home and burns his journal.
Yeah, it's drastic. I'll say that much. It's a big move. But he's like, you know what?
He burns his journals.
I actually want nothing to do with that guy.
Damon and Lena are like, look, we're sorry we didn't tell you about our relationship. And he's like, no, I'm actually moving out because I don't want to be here around the two of you. But don't worry, Caroline has promised to keep an eye on me. Bye.
He's like, yeah, I can actually trust her, and I just met her today, so if that says anything.
His only other significant moment is after Caroline has learned that Bonnie is dead, and she goes to tell Stefan. She's like, I guess I have to tell you, I know you don't really care, because you can't feel, you don't have the
remember
memories,
her.
But yeah. She's going through a lot, because also Tyler's not around, and Stefan takes her hand and says he will be there for her, just like she was there for him the previous night. And I was like, the seeds! The next episode is Monster Ball.
Yeah.
Nothing that special happens there. It's
Not
just
really.
Stefan's mind is fried and they're using him to block Silas.
Yeah. Caroline puts him in like a white t-shirt and a leather jacket and is like, there you go, you're James Dean. Go to the party. So that's funny.
Which actually, I see it.
Yeah.
It works well for Paul Wesley.
For sure. He's got the hair, he's got the face for the 50s. But yeah, Damon coordinates with Silas to snap Stefan's neck so that Silas can get his psychic powers back, which is just so... I don't know. It's small, but it always has pissed me off.
He clocks Damon's tea a few times, but it's not that important.
Yeah. It's not like Damon's suffering, you know?
Yeah, that's basically it.
That's it.
Episode 6. Handle with care. After the Monster Ball, Stefan went home with Ketsia. They drank together. He fell asleep. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. But you know who thinks something happened?
You know who thinks something happened because when Elena called Stefan's phone and she answered it, she was like, oh, he's in the shower. Between you and me, he works up quite a sweat. And I was like, no, wait a minute. This is the same thing that Kate Hudson's character said in Glee when Rachel called her not boyfriend Brody.
Yes.
Except Kate Hudson's character had actually slept with
Yeah,
Brody.
they were very much. I'm so curious if maybe there's a common writer who worked on both. That would be really funny. Oh God, I was so mad in the Elena episode about this whole thing. This episode pisses me off so bad.
Gosh.
Katsia's trying to kill Silas.
Yeah, so Silas is now human. He's ready to destroy the anchor to the other side so he can die and be with Amara. They're like, cool, can you use your death to resurrect Bonnie? So at this stage, that's the Bonnie plan. And he's like, yeah, sure. Katsia is spelled into her cabin with Stefan and stuck there until sundown because of Silas.
Yeah. Elena wanted to go on the mission to save Bonnie, but Silas just shot her in the knee and said, you can't come, so she doesn't go. And that's how she ends up here.
He's like, I don't want to look at your face because it's Amara's face.
God. And that's why she's here with Katsia and Stefan now, because she was like, you're with
Yes.
Katsia? What's going on? And it's like, why is it your business? Actually.
She comes in and gets trapped in the house, and Katsia's like, oops, guess I lured you here by making it seem like I banged your ex.
God.
And Stefan's like, yeah, we didn't sleep together, just by the way.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what's going on. And then there's just a day of them sexily ordering pizza while Elena's like sulking in a corner. And I was just like, what are we doing here? What is happening?
Yeah, she does get genuinely upset when Silas decides, actually, I'm not going to bring Bonnie back to life after all.
Oh, right.
It's so petty just to stick it to Damon because he's like, well, then Elena will be disappointed that you failed to bring back her friend like you promised. And I get this perverse joy out of damaging your relationship.
Which is also
And I'm like,
fun.
Silas, why do you care?
Just having fun. I really respect it. He's just like, actually, I don't like you, even though I just met you. You suck ass, and I want you to suffer. And that's valid.
And as she cries and tells Ketsia that, oh, my friend's not coming back because of you, Stefan sees this and feels bad for her. So he eventually tricks Ketsia into letting her guard down and then injuring her so that he and Elena can escape.
As revenge, Ketsia comes to the Salvatore house and gives Stefan all his memories back. Because he's like, damn, you really just kind of
That's
attacked
what
me when I didn't do much to
happens.
you. So here you go, bitch. I actually was sparing you by taking all your pain away, but since you want to act all uppity, here you go. Good luck.
Not up it. Episode 7, Death and the Maiden. Because Stefan has all his trauma back, the PTSD has come back in full force. He's having all these nightmares about the horrible summer that Silas put him through. He eventually speaks to Elena and shows that his memories are back. And then Damon quizzes him on his past and he proves to him that his memories are back. He starts to get more flashbacks, but he's like, no, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I just shattered a glass in my hand, but I'm okay.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
My grip.
Bead of sweat like rolling down his forehead.
Amara, who has fed off Silas in the previous episode, she is now mortal. They're hoping to get Ketsia to transfer status of the anchor to Bonnie, which will allow her to exist in both worlds and effectively come back to life.
Stefan's mission is to kill Silas.
Stefan, That's truly all he cares about.
Completely off to the side while the main plot's happening, Stefan is targeting Silas and finally gets him at the end of the episode at the height of the conflict out in the woods while Silas is trying to like stop Katsia's business with the anchor transfer.
I do like that because Stefan had told Elena that in order for me to move past this, I need to kill Silas. Elena says to him, you and I have both had our little vengeance quests in the past. Me wanting to kill Catherine in season 4, you being obsessed with Klaus in season 3. We both know it doesn't end well. Are you sure this is what you want to do? He's like, listen, I held on to all of the things that made me happy while I was suffering, but eventually those went away.
Yeah.
The pain took away those moments as well.
And now all I got left is this vengeance.
Eventually he does confront Silas. It's hilarious that Silas calls him out because he chokes Silas and he's like, oh, are you having difficulty breathing, Silas? I can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah, get him again.
Silas mind whammies him and is like, are you really gonna sit here and cry that you drowned for 3 months? I spent 2,000 years rotting in a tube.
But also it's like, bitch, did I do that to you? Take it up with Ketsia. In fact, take it up with your cheating ass for leaving her at the altar after she made you immortal for her handmaiden. Screw you, buddy.
Silas continues to read him for filth, and he's like, you know what, Stefan? I know that deep down, it's not even the physical pain that really broke you.
Yeah.
It was the fact that you were forgotten about.
Which is so real, right? Both him and Bonnie are forgotten by the characters in season 5. And it's like, who are y'all? What is anything?
And I think by this point, Stefan has told Elena that I wanted it to be you, when I was found. You who opened the safe. You and Damon. I was hoping you guys were going to save me. And I was like,
It's at the end of
Okay,
this,
Stefan.
once Silas is dead, because he doesn't manage to kill Silas.
He does manage to stab Silas.
Oh, sick.
And then after Silas is dead, Amara's like, okay, cool. I'll just take this knife no one's using
And real
kill
quick, just-
myself.
Bye. And as he's burying Silas, Elena and Damon come to find him, and that's when, because Elena has that whole dog and pony show being like, did this help you? I need to know that this helped you process and
It's
like,
actually,
get some
yeah,
closure.
it's...
And it's like, girl, don't piss me
Gosh.
off.
Gosh, she's like, yeah, I need to know that your suffering is over now. She frames it in this weird way. Because Stefan's like, oh, why is it so important to you?
Because while you were suffering, I was having my summer of love.
And then she adds, and now Bonnie is back. So I have everything I want, and I need to know that you're okay before I go off and enjoy myself.
Wow. It really stings that this is where we are.
And then at the end of the episode, when he's finishing burying the body on his own, he starts to have another PTSD flashback. And he's like, no, it's supposed to be over. And I was like, wow, Stefan.
It sucks.
Could have told you that wasn't going to work. Episode 8, Damon on campus. It's a bunch of Dr. Maxfield nonsense.
Yeah.
Bonnie's alive again. Augustine stuff.
Oh, it really starts to dive after these first 7 episodes.
Stefan is just still having his PTSD flashbacks. Catherine comes over to him at the grill. And by now, everyone is up to speed on all the fated doppelganger stuff. She's like, oh, Stefan, you might not want to speak to me. Because he sees her and he's immediately like, okay, I'm gonna head out. She's like, no, have a drink with me. I'm going through my own troubles. I'm rapidly aging. Well, she hints at it. She doesn't say it yet. But then she's like, oh, you're destined to end up with someone who looks like me. Although at this point, I guess Elena is still the front runner. He opens up about how he's like, I thought killing Silas would cure my PTSD, but it didn't. And then Catherine's like, cool, I can help. And when Stefan scoffs at the predictability of her saying, I can help, but I need a favor from you. And he's like, oh, you want a bargain? Predictable. She's like, okay. It's not like I've lived through various traumas and I actually know what I'm talking about. Then Nadia shows up and she introduces them. The 3 of them bring Matt to the Mystic Grill and they get Nadia to call forth Gregor, who's passengering in Matt. They interrogate him and find out that the passengers wanted to kill not just Silas, but also Catherine, which ends up being important later. And then they expel Gregor from Matt's body with a knife. After that, Stefan has a panic attack outside the grill.
Oh, no. I love, but it's not funny.
And then Catherine actually helps him through it.
Yeah.
She tells him to say the names of the people he killed in order. And as he recites the first few names, he's able to ground himself. And I found that interesting. I doubt that specific thing would be what a therapist would tell someone because they'd be like, yeah, let's just assume you're homicidal. Name all the people you've killed. But I remember when I was researching Jessica Jones, the Netflix series, they said the technique Jessica uses to manage her PTSD because of Kilgrave and when she was under his control previously is a real life thing that people tell their patients to do, where she recites the names of the streets she grew up around in order of branching out from her home. And she's like, Birch Street, Higgins Drive, Cobalt Lane.
But at least within the context of the show and the language of the show, the names is something Stefan does to ground himself, right? That's why he writes it down after a kill in his rebuke. It's like to try and atone, to try and get back to some sense of being level. So it's not far off in terms of that energy of like, this is what will ground you.
Unless you're Klaus, in which case you're like, no,
Right.
he writes them down so he can relive the kill over and over again. I know my man.
I think early on, or maybe during the Catherine episode, I had thrown out curiosity about like this era that we're in now, where Stefan and Catherine sort of, I don't want to say get back into it, but like they're definitely circling around each other in this era.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do with, as you've said, the trauma that he's experiencing right now, the isolation that he's experiencing, because it's pretty damning that he's going through this great ordeal and Catherine is the one who's here helping him through it. Where is his brother? where is his friend? It's kind of crazy.
His brother is going through his own Augustine saga, and Elena is dealing with the fact that her boyfriend isn't a good person, which I thought she already knew.
I thought you were
I don't know why
aware,
that's
babe.
her arc this season.
I just don't. Yeah. So it really says something that, like, I won't dwell on it too much, but it's something I was curious about. Again, speaking from a place not of experience, I purely from the outside. If we are to acknowledge Catherine as his abuser, right? If we are to acknowledge Catherine as this person who manipulated him and used him in many ways, to be like, what sort of mindset is he in? As in this era when she does help him through PTSD, and will again in the next episode when they put him in the safe to do like exposure therapy or immersion therapy, I believe it's called. And then following that, in that euphoric moment of like triumphing, at least in a small way, his trauma response, he then is like, and now I hook up with Catherine. It's like, ooh, what does that, how does
Probably
that...
helped along by the fact that she looks like the person he still loves.
There is that too, yeah. It's like almost like a purging of the Elena of it. Oh, that's so weird and wild.
And I guess because she does confess to him that she's dying, and is at one point suicidal, he saves her from suiciding off the clock tower, and he's like, "You're Catherine Pierce, suck it up."
I love that moment.
I think it's a mark of Stefan's compassion that he's like, oh, shame, Catherine is now vulnerable. She's not a threat to me anymore, at least he thinks. She's not a threat to me anymore, so I can muster up some compassion for this person who is suffering and going through her own issues. Unlike Damon, who is over the moon to see Catherine getting her just desserts, which is fair. Stefan is like, no shame. I don't need to kick the girl when she's down.
She's already down. Like, Gogo's dying. Let her be. God, Stefan's so good. It feels silly to just always be in awe of this character and just like to dig it out of yourself despite what this person's done to you, to be like, no, you're struggling right now, so let me help you out. It's just, it couldn't be me. And I'm impressed and awestruck by it.
And I don't know how much Catherine was taking advantage of the situation, because the advice she gives him seems to be genuine. When he's having a panic attack in the safe,
it helps.
And she's like, hey, Caroline, put me in there, because Stefan is a heroic person. What he can't do for himself, he will be able to do if it spares somebody else. Oh, and she gets in there and she's like, Stefan, are you going to kill me or save me? Because in this moment, I am at your mercy. She echoes Silas unknowingly and is like, I think the trauma that you are facing has nothing to do with this safe. Or at least it's not so much about the safe and the drowning. It's the fact that you felt alone and abandoned, and Elena broke your heart.
Yeah.
She says, you were going to leave this town after your relationship with her ended, but you keep finding reasons to stay. I'm your latest reason, because you're trying to help me
not be suicidal anymore. Yeah.
But then she tries to kiss him, and it's like, okay, but Catherine.
As I was about to say, I don't think she's taking advantage of him. She does do that. It's at the very least a blurring of the lines, right? Because if Catherine's gonna take on this role as the quote-unquote therapist, it's like, babe, you've got to be impartial. You can't now be sleeping with your patient. That's crazy.
Emma Frost.
That's a more complex one, but we're not here to talk about.
I love Emma as a character, and yes, Cyclops is the one who cheated on his wife. But I'm like, Emma, going to your post-apocalypse possession traumatized teammate and saying, "Hey, I'm a therapist and a sex therapist. I can help you. Let's have an affair," is highly unethical.
I think there's a lot more going on in that story than just that, but fair enough.
Yeah, eventually at the end of the episode, they do end up kissing. Catherine claims she doesn't really know what she's doing, because she's like, oh, Stefan, look, see, are you admitting I knew what I was doing when I was helping you get over your trauma? And Stefan's like, I never know what exactly you're doing, Catherine, which is fair. And then Catherine's like, I don't really know what I'm doing either, Stefan. And then kisses him, and I was like, okay, I guess she was just playing it by ear. She was like, I'm just rolling with improv. It. I'm saying yes and.
I'm the best improv actor you've ever seen. Like, don't worry too much about it. Oh, but we do have to say that, like, this whole immersion therapy thing at the top of the episode is Caroline's idea. Caroline, learning that Stefan has been struggling with this trauma, with this safe situation, goes and digs up this. Well, she doesn't dig it up, but she gets it because her mom's the one who had it in storage, brings it to the Salvatore house so that they can do immersion therapy. She's the one studying the psychology psychology book and being like, here's the techniques that we're going to be using. And then Catherine comes in halfway and sort of hijacks it, but gets the job done.
Actually, it was Catherine who called Caroline over because she was like, oh, Stefan, you're trying to help me with my issues, but you're also going through a lot and I can't really depend on you until you sort yourself out. So I've called in backup. So just a collaborative interesting combination of people working together.
Cute. It's good to know he's got people in his corner. 50 Shades of Grayson, Aaron Whitmore, Enzo.
Elena gets snatched when she goes with Aaron to look for Damon, who has already been snatched in the episode The Cell. So they're both now snatched. Aaron is free to go because Wes is like, I'll deal with you later and tell you all the truth later, but you go to do your own thing. What is Stefan doing?
So he wakes up with Catherine and it's kind of awkward. And Damon, who's just come back from breaking out of the cell, is like, whoa, okay, we'll deal with that another time. Let's focus on the fact that Elena's missing and we need to go find her. So then Stefan goes with him to go find Aaron and use him as a bargaining chip.
And he's very back to his, like, I'm the one who gets it done.
Hero hair
I'm willing to get it done.
Leather
Damon's
jacket.
like, I'll kill Aaron. Stefan's like, I'm probably not going to, but I'll make him feel like he's at risk, at least, in order to save Elena.
Right. We're going to put pressure on him, and then we're going to get answers the way it works.
Damon, initially in that episode, is the one being all judgy when he finds out that Catherine slept with Stefan.
Which is like, okay, buddy.
He attributes it to the PTSD, and I'm like...
Partially.
I think you all need to leave Stefan the hell alone.
Yeah, that's the thing. The primary thing is none of y'all get to say shit about shit when it comes to this situation. Not Damon, not Elena, not nobody.
Stefan does eventually get to rescue Elena. By the end of the episode, I guess the most relevant thing with Stefan here, because he's mainly like supporting other stories in this episode, he speaks to Catherine, who then has that conversation where she's like, oh, forgiveness for my sins. Do you think that because she's like, let's talk about what happened last night. And he's like, it was the heat of the moment. We both had a long day. And then she's like, okay, but maybe, possibly someday, do you think we could is it possible for me to redeem myself? And then he's like, hey, Catherine, 145 years.
Yeah.
Of trauma and enmity. Well, I guess at this point it's 148. He's like, that can't just be swept away because now we've been helping each other and we're kind of at peace. And then Catherine is like, yeah, but even if I had 1,000 years, you'd never look at me the way you look at Elena, would you? And as she turns to leave, Stefan stops her and is like, hey, I am sorry
you're dying. Oh, Stefan. Because he doesn't owe her that. Not after everything she's done, but it's Stefan, so of course he has that empathy. Ugh, God. Beautiful. Oh, there is one other important thing that happens this episode. This episode is the first time that Stefan Salvatore meets Enzo St. John. And does not have a single second of his time of day for him. Enzo's there in that classroom and Stefan's like, who is this? It's so funny.
I'm Lorenzo. My friends call me Enzo. Just kidding.
Just kidding. I don't have any friends.
It's like, who and who?
Who asked? I don't know you, buddy. They don't talk. That's the only interaction they have in a group. A couple episodes from now is the first proper interaction they have.
But the next episode is 500 Years of Solitude. Catherine is on her deathbed. Damon is gloating and Stefan is feeling compassionate. They play that drinking game where they're like, let's toast to Catherine's impending doom.
And let's launder some of Damon's sins through Catherine's death.
Catherine is upstairs with Stefan at that point, who's playing nursemaid. And she's like, oh, they're all talking about me, aren't they? And he's like, don't worry, it doesn't matter. And later on, he comes downstairs. They're like, come on, Stefan, drink with us. She ruined your life as well. You suffered more than anyone. And he's like, yeah, she did. She came to Mystic Falls in 1864, compelled me to love her, seduced my brother, got us killed. But before that, she was just a scared 17-year-old girl in Bulgaria, shunned by her family, banished to England, and then had to spend centuries on the run from a murderous original vampire.
Yeah.
So I can have a little bit of compassion for her. And everyone else is like, boo, Stefan,
loser,
boo.
Get out, you're spoiling our fun. And it's like, yeah, I guess, but,
I guess eventually Nadia shows up.
Yeah, it really is just like, we're back to the doppelganger
Nadia shows up
shit.
having kidnapped Matt, locked him in a safe underground, and is like, yeah, you're gonna come help me.
Like, okay.
Because I have a traveler who's gonna help me passenger my mother into my body so she doesn't die.
Yeah.
Except that was a lie. Psych, I brought you here to the travelers who want your doppelganger blood for some reason. Don't know why, don't care, didn't ask, bye.
Bye. And it's like, okay, you really kind of chanced it there, hoping they would volunteer if you needed them specifically, but whom's am I?
That's true.
She's like, I had a feeling you would be the two to volunteer. It's like,
Yeah, she's like, I
needed
knew it would
them.
be you two, and I was like, really?
This is
For Matt?
crazy.
Not Elena and Caroline?
Right. It's like, bold. If they were your necessary pieces, girl, okay.
But the travelers bleed some of their blood into a bucket. And then after that, they're like, cool, you're free to go. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, at this point, while Stefan's being like, I'm going to have some compassion for Catherine, y'all need to chill, Damon takes the opportunity to be like, oh, now that you've slept with her. So Elena's now aware that Stefan and Catherine slept together. And so she like pokes at him about that while they're going to deal with doppelganger stuff. And he's like, actually, what does that have to do with you, Elena? This is weird. It's the first time where he's like, you seem to always be up in arms when I sleep with people. We're not together. And she's like, yeah, I guess you're right. So that's fun.
She does speak to him about the Catherine thing, and she's like, listen, I know that she helped you, and she was the one who eventually got you through the stuff that nobody else could help you with. But can't I still hate her? And Stefan's like, yeah, you can. It's fine. But I'm choosing to forgive her. Which I guess he's the one who I guess sparks whatever it is in Elena that makes her decide to forgive Catherine that episode.
That's true. He also tells her not to give up on Damon because Elena's pretending to be broken up this episode. So there's also that. But who cares?
Yeah, at this point of the story, Stefan is weirdly like championing the Delena ship, which is going through its own troubles at this point, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's the shift in season 5 where he becomes weirdly like focused on Delena continuing to be a thing because it's good for his brother, and that has always struck me as so odd.
Yeah.
And the alternative
very
to
icky.
that is Damon going wild and killing a bunch of people. And I've always been like, and this is a win? This is the like happy... What is this?
It's
always so bizarre.
It's very gross for the story to be like, this is what helps Stefan accept that he's not getting this girl back, this girl he loves, and that she is meant to be with his brother of all people. It's that, no, she's good for my brother. She stops him from being a monster and a danger to innocent people who I care about. I'm like, oh, that
doesn't
that's
feel
Twilight
good.
levels of toxic relationship.
Like, I don't like that at all.
But eventually, they do get let free. He goes back home, and Damon, who's been tormenting Catherine with visions, nightmares from her past all episode, has already shown her the day she came back and found her family slaughtered in Bulgaria when she was a newbie vamp. Stefan comes into her mind and soothes her suffering by taking away the horrific parts of the vision and replacing them with her getting a moment with her newborn, little baby Nadia, which is really lovely. He promises to stay with her while she dies. She seems to lose consciousness, so eventually he steps away, and that's why Elena is left with her. And then Catherine passengers into Elena.
Sure does. 3-episode arc of Catherine Lena. Woo.
The Devil Inside is the next one.
Yeah, it's more him trying to champion Delena again. I actually don't care about this.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, gosh.
It's him trying to champion for Delena, who are still pretending to be broken up. Oh, I guess at this point, they are broken up because Catherine snaps into Elena's body this episode properly, like through the passenger spell, and stages a big dramatic breakup with Damon. So from this point on, they're done. But this whole episode, he's trying to put them together. Meanwhile, Elena, quote unquote, is flirting with Stefan the whole time. So that's, who cares?
Which, I guess that's it for this episode.
Oh, this is also the episode where he punches Tyler because Tyler was like,
oh,
Caroline
yeah.
slept
I
with
guess
Klaus.
that was, another seed, perhaps.
Yeah.
Where he's like, don't slut shame Caroline for doing something that makes no sense.
Which
but
is like, that's not what was happening. I'd go back to the Caroline episode.
It's wild. But I guess nice of you to be her knight in shining armor.
Yeah, sure.
Telling her, listen, Tyler, who among us hasn't slept with one of our former villains? Leave her alone. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's what made him feel like shame.
Yeah. He does say to Caroline at the end, listen, I just had my moment with Catherine. Who am I to tell you A and B about clouds? But then there's that cute moment where he is telling her a bunch of like berating stuff, but jokingly, and they have the little chuckle at the end. It's really sweet.
Yeah, I guess. And then it's...
Like I said, it really becomes the Elena show at this point, and Stefan doesn't get a lot to do.
It's really weird, though, that in this, I hadn't realized how quickly all of this happens, because it's like, okay, Stefan is clearly still into Elena. I don't think it was just memoryless Stefan who was into her. I'm like, no, he wasn't over her.
Yeah.
But he's dealing with PTSD. He gets over the PTSD, and magically it's like, okay, now we're going to treat it like, yeah, he's moved on from Elena as well, and he's championing Delena to the point that when Catherine gets into Elena's body and starts very obviously trying to get with Stefan, Stefan isn't really all that open to it.
No.
He's like, oh, this is weird.
Yeah.
Why are you behaving this way? Like, okay.
Yeah. He specifically shuts it down because he's like, no, you and Damon are gonna figure this out. And it's like, why?
And I'm
Why
like,
is
what?
it always Stefan
They're broken up.
who has to fight for this pair? It pisses me off.
When you broke up the next day, Damon moved on with her.
Next day, it had barely been even 18 hours. And he was that girl. Like, I don't know why you feel compelled. I'm sorry. I'm just angry.
You have to leave that in.
I can't. I have to cut it. That's so awful. Oh my god. It just pisses me off why the narrative... It's always gonna make him be the better brother, but it also pisses me off that he has to do that because it's a narrative requirement. Again, who else in the story is concerned even a little bit that these two aren't together right now, let alone rooting for them to get back together? No one. Stefan's the only one through his connection to Damon. Because it's not even about Elena, right? It's not. He never champions this relationship from the point of view that, oh, Damon is good for you. It's that Elena's good for Damon. She makes him supposedly not a homicidal maniac. And that's the reason they should be together forever. He says that in the script.
Yeah, it is. I guess they couldn't keep bringing back Rose's ghost to try and explain why Damon is also good for Elena. Stefan claims, when he's speaking to Catherine as Elena, from the moment that I saw you falling for my brother, I've been waiting for him to screw things up so badly that you wouldn't be interested. But every time Damon does something horrible, he's always there for you. And I was like,
what?
What?
What does that mean?
I was like, but sometimes the horrible things are to Elena. He killed Jeremy, force-fed Elena his blood to save her from the sacrifice when she didn't want to be a vampire.
Because even if it's like, okay, anything that Damon did directly to Elena is before a certain point in the story, so it's null and void, right? We'll say pre-season 3 doesn't count anymore. It's season 4 going forward, because that's when Delena's active. It's like, okay, he shows up for Elena. Great, I would hope so if he likes her. The issue is, what kind of person is he outside of that? Which is why I always say the breakup Catherine does is so on point, because it's what you'd hope Elena would say in her right mind, is that I can't worry about the fact that if we're not in perfect, like, equilibrium in a relationship, you're gonna go around and start killing people. Because there was the concern in the story about him going off to go kill Wes, where Caroline's like, Elena, he's gonna kill that guy. Why are you acting like... In fact, then in this season, he kills Aaron, Elena's, for all intents and purposes, like, closest friend at this point. At the very least, like, a kindred soul who's had a very similar, like, traumatic, like, situation that she has with all his family suddenly dying. And Damon kills that guy. Not for any, like, means, right? Just because he's pissed that she broke up with him, and he just kills him on his way out of town when he had done everything right to solve the, like, sins of his family, quote unquote. It's just like, no, I'm gonna kill you. The thing that Stefan says that you quote is a weird conflation of his relationship to Elena and his relationship to people in general. Those are two separate issues. And no matter how nice he is to Elena or how much he, like, comes to Elena's rescue sometimes, it's like, well, if you're gonna be, like, serial killer outside of that, why would I want to be in a relationship with you? Those things don't balance each other out.
Which, whenever Caroline brings that up, it's somehow always like, no, but you just don't like Damon. You're in the wrong. Yeah. And now the story does so many weird things. Caroline is a naysayer, but it's like, no, she's a naysayer because she's always going to be Team Stefan.
Right. It's not because of any valid criticism she's raising.
Stefan is a yaysayer because he realizes that Elena is the best thing for Damon. Catherine tells the truth, but because it's coming from Catherine, this is all evil manipulation to hurt Damon's feelings and turn him into the monster that she created in the first place. So we can't take that without a grain of salt.
Right, because suddenly Damon's the biggest victim of Catherine, right? Season 5, suddenly it's like, oh, Damon suffered at the hands. It's like, not as much as Stefan or even Elena did. Like, yeah, she strung you along for 100 and so years, but it's like, other than that, what has happened to you? Were you abused? Were you assaulted? Did you have your life stolen? Were you served up on a silver platter to an original? Like, I need you to calm down.
In the episode No Exit, I think this is the one where Catherine just... she fully becomes a sitcom character.
I love it so much.
Like, oh no, I spilled all this oil on my shirt. Steph. The car broke down. We're gonna have to stay in this motel.
So silly. Before they go off on that road trip, Caroline at the top of the episode warns Stefan because she ran into them the previous episode while they were hugging. And she's like, listen, Elena's just post-breakup and she's been acting very suddenly friendly towards you. I just need you to be aware and I want you to not get hurt in what is maybe her like rebound that's going on right now. I just want to, you're my friend also, even though Elena's my friend, and I just want to make sure your eyes are open. Stefan's like, no, it's all good. It'll be fine. That's not a concern I have. Straight into sitcom Catherine Lena trying to put the moves on Stefan in a motel, which again, just to point it out again, is she's rearing up for another assault because she's using Elena's body to do this. The fact that I'm supposed to care about Damon this season as pertains to Catherine, shut up.
All she did was hurt Damon's feelings, which she only did because she needed Elena's body to be single so that she could go off to Stefan.
So crazy.
Truly, he is collateral damage. She has decided, I am willing to be in a fake relationship where I possess this girl for the rest of time and trick Stefan into thinking that he is dating someone like Elena when his abuser is back, which is the stuff of nightmares.
It really is. It really is. From Stefan's perspective, it's the most heinous shit you could ever think of. From Catherine's perspective, I don't want to say I get it. That's an insane thing to say.
I'm like, Catherine, wouldn't you want... Because previously, the thing was, I was like, you wanted Stefan to love you. You believed that he did in season 2. And once you learned he didn't, you were quite sad about that. I'm like, now suddenly it shifts. And as we said in the Catherine episode, there's this weird shift where she's willing to just be in a relationship with someone who thinks she's someone that she isn't.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that what Catherine would have wanted?
Following that discussion with Stefan where she was like, even in 1,000 years, you won't look at me like you look at her. This is the only way she can have Stefan.
I see.
That's how desperate she is for this man.
So that's what it was.
the part I understand.
Oh, okay. So she was like, okay, I give up.
If he wants Elena, then I'm gonna be Elena. You know that? From Sex and the City, Carrie showing up at Big's apartment in a magician outfit. This is what Catherine's doing.
I have not seen that, but
I will send you that image later. The listener possibly knows what I'm referencing. But that is the energy she's embodying right now.
Catherine said, how bad do you want me? Stefan said, not at all. And she was like, okay, cool. Then I'm gonna be Elena.
I will be the woman of your dreams. In parentheses, derogatory.
This is not the episode with the Augustine Damon nonsense where she's trying to get Stefan to kill him.
It is, because she gets the call, because Enzo calls Stefan, and Stefan's in the shower, so Catherine Lena answers the phone, and Enzo's like, hey, me and Damon have been rocking around, but he's a Augustine vampire now, and we're trapped, and I'm worried, and he needs his friends. Elena's like, okay, sure, cool, we're on our way, and then ends the call, deletes the phone log, deletes the message, and is like, oh, nothing, everything's fine. I don't know how Stefan then finds out. I guess Enzo just calls again. Catherine's plans this season are not great. They do end up going to go help Damon. And when they get there, Enzo's gone. The Travelers and West Maxfield let him out because they have other plans for him. So it's just Damon now in this house. And Stefan and Elena, before they can get in, Damon's like, no, there's a magic threshold. You can come in, but then you can't go out. And Catherine's like, oh, opportunity. She steps in anyway.
Playing Elena very well is like, no, Damon, you won't hurt me. I'm walking in. Even Stefan's like, girl,
What is happening?
why would you do that?
Because she knows on a surface level what sort of thing Elena would do. She doesn't know the deep calculations Elena's doing in those moments. But is like, was talking to Nadia earlier and being like, now what sort of situation can I orchestrate to have Stefan save me and then fall in love with me all over again? And now the opportunity is present. She's like, Damon, you can fight the Ripper. For your love for me, I know you can do it. Damon's like, no, girl, I don't know how to fight this. Stop being crazy. Cuts her own hand open and is like, I believe in the strength of our love. Damon is salivating.
Catherine was watching the wrong vampire media. She was like, oh, you said Elena Gilbert. I thought you said Bella Swan. Sorry. The one with absolutely zero sense of self-preservation.
And so Stefan has to come in to, like, keep her safe. Damon, of course, loses control and starts feeding from her. Catherine immediately is like, Stefan, he's gonna kill me. She, like, kicks a stake towards him to try and... Because she doesn't say you need to kill him. She
doesn't say it. She's like, Stefan, you have to help me. Nudges a stake towards... It's almost like they were in a play on stage and Stefan forgot his blocking. And she's like, okay, my co-star has forgotten that this is the cue to pick up the stake. I'll just nudge it towards him with my foot so that he understands what he's supposed to be doing in this moment.
Stefan's like, no, I'm not gonna kill my brother. So he cuts his own hand open and is like, ooh, here's some older blood. You know you like it. And he draws Damon away and then snaps his neck. And then problem solved.
Which, by the way, Elena, is how you do it. Stefan snapped Damon's neck. Didn't stake him like you did Jesse. As if that's the only way to stop a rampaging vampire.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been hard to. He was younger.
Dr. West had done some nonsense that made him stronger than he should have been, which is why he was a threat to Damon in the first place. But still, I'm like, girl, there's two of you. You could have vamp rushed, snapped his neck. You could have staked him non-lethally. That often weakens vampires.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Well, that was the storyline, right? Is that, like, in some ways, Damon was rubbing off on her, I guess, or that her relationship with Damon was making her deprioritize other people and, like, lose a sense of empathy. But then that goes nowhere because they just go,
pity
no,
that goes nowhere. Exactly.
It's actually good that this is happening and they belong together. That's the conclusion they reach. So
all just so that they can string us along with the possibility of Stelena coming back and this fated doppelganger nonsense, which means nothing.
So yeah, that's what happens there. Oh, because Catherine Elena does kiss him at the motel, right?
Yes.
And then he stops.
Which he stops and says, no, you just broke up with Damon. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
The kind of courtesy that you were never shown by your brother.
Exactly. But once they get home to Mystic Falls, Caroline is like, hey, here's this weird text from Matt that says, help Kay. And Stefan's like, weird, Elena kissed me earlier, which she would never have done because she's so in love with Damon and she wouldn't hurt him like that. And they're like, oh, it must be Catherine. And that's how they figure it out.
I love how it's like, if 1 + 1 is 2, and 2 + 2 is 4, then I guess 5 × 8 is 163 over pi. Yeah, it's Catherine, clearly.
Yeah. I mean, Amara's dead in the
It's like,
ground.
well, I don't think.
Tatya's been dead 1,000 years. Who else is it gonna be?
I guess that leads into the next episode.
Gone Girl.
Where they're trying to lure Catherine back to them, doing a very bad job of playing it cool.
Terrible.
Everyone wants to see her that day. It's, hey, Elena, bestie. Want to meet for lunch? Hey, Elena, can I borrow that book?
Let's hang out, chica.
And Catherine is eventually like, okay, so I've been their favorite person today. I think they know. Nadia gets into that fight with... Who does she fight? Because Tyler comes and saves someone. Is she fighting Caroline?
She fights with Caroline, and Tyler, like, jumps in the way and saves her and then nips Nadia. That happened in the end of the previous episode. And he tells them this episode to be like, hey, she's been werewolf bit, so she's probably, like, hallucinating somewhere.
So what does Stefan do until the very end?
Not a lot. You know what he's doing? He's feeding Damon his own blood in order to keep him, like, satiated in the Salvatore cell.
Oh, taking
Because
care of Damon.
That's
as
all
always.
he does. Next episode, he'll be doing that for Elena.
I think it's that they try to use Stefan as bait. They're like, let's give Catherine the one thing she wants. And they're like, Stefan, you call her. And I think that might be what finally makes her go,
Something's
No.
up. Stefan wasn't reciprocating. Why all of a sudden is he so into me? Yeah. Oh, he also tells Damon, haha, you were doing all of this nonsense and it's not even Elena who broke up with you, it's Catherine. And I was like, Stefan, this is not the funny haha moment you think it is. It's actually concerning. Like, you should absolutely take all of this as it's very similar to season 2 at the beginning when they find out that Catherine is around because Damon insists that he kissed Elena, and Elena's like, that did not happen. And that's how they find out Catherine's back. And it's like, no, roll it back. You kissed Elena? And they're like, no, it was Catherine. It's like, but you thought it was Elena. That's the issue here. So it's like, you thought Elena dumped you, so you killed her friend, went on a killing spree, and now here we are, you're a ripper because of West Maxfield shit. And they're like, haha, isn't that crazy? I'm like, no, guys, this is bad. This is really bad.
And yet Elena and Damon will still end up together. And it's weird that, again, Stefan, as is always the case in every arc, in every season of this show, is like, oh, my brother, I always have to clean up his messes and I must atone for both our sins and bear the weight of the vampirism that I convinced him to take on. And it's like, okay, so Stefan, as a person who has had this on his shoulders his whole vampire life, why would you then, being someone who cares about Elena, take this burden and say, yeah, I think you should get to deal with this for the rest of your life. You should be with him and worry about what he does and who he hurts and make sure that you're always in a good place so that he doesn't go off the deep end. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Why would you put this on her? It doesn't make sense for Stefan to be rooting for this relationship.
I guess because he's become so grandfathered into it, right? In his opinion, this is the most loving thing you could do. This is what you do for loved ones. Because he's had to do it for Damon for this long. He's like, yeah, so if Elena's in a similar position, then that means they're meant for each other.
It's like, I want you to experience the joy that I have felt when you are responsible for making sure a dangerous killer is always in a good place emotionally. Okay, well,
Yeah.
he is the one to expel Catherine from Elena's body with the Traveler knife, which is nice. It's nice that like bookends his thing where it's like, yeah, Catherine was his abuser. She wormed his way back into his good graces when she was vulnerable and then immediately took advantage of him and tried to enter into a permanent SA situation with him by possessing his ex.
Yeah. It's really unforgivable, unfortunately.
She still gets to kiss him through Elena's lips as she dies. He stabs her and she's like, goodbye, Stefan. I guess this is how our love story ends.
Girl, crazy
Like,
to
did she automatically become more Delulu when she got back inside a vampire body?
I think the emotions got heightened so suddenly, and she wasn't prepared for it. Ugh.
I guess that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
We're at episode 17.
At least we're making good time.
Yeah, the one thing about this really, really bad season. What main plot have we discussed in the last 10 episodes?
Augustine, I guess, very briefly. Because that's the thing. This middle part is very Augustine. The travelers disappear for a while.
Yeah.
And we don't see them again until the end. Oh, it's episode 16 while you were sleeping.
Pardon, yes.
I guess Elena wakes up with the Ripper virus having put into her body, having been put into her body by Catherine.
Stefan is the one to greet her because Damon's locked up with his own virus, and he gives her some of his own blood, as he's already doing for Damon. Again, there's a metaphor in there somewhere. You can find it for yourself, listener.
He has to bleed and be hurt in order to save. He is the bleeding heart that, whatever it is.
He must take of himself to sustain this relationship and keep them both afloat.
I mean, it is built on his pain and suffering, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, and guess
The
what?
laws of magic.
In this catch-up of him letting her know what's been happening this past however many weeks, he tells, because she's like, how did you figure it out? And he's like, well, she kissed me, and I knew it wasn't you. And it's like, great to throw that at me at this point. By this point... I was over it.
Because Elena would never kiss him? What a wild thing to say.
Because Elena would never do that to Damon, I guess. But also
they
it's
were
like...
broken up.
But also... But they weren't really, that's the thing. It's like, they break up like 3 times this season, I think. Maybe 4. Endgame. The implication also is that, like, within the kiss, almost Rebecca style, it was like, no, this isn't Elena's. This doesn't feel, familiar.
These feel like the other lips that are shaped exactly like this on the face that looks exactly like this.
The technique is all off. Like, it's the same tools, but...
It's not giving small-town millennial girl.
Right.
It's giving world-weary, 500-year-old.
Right. Forward-thinking, forward-leaning, like, I grab you by the chest and pull you close. It's like, that's not Elena's style. But by this point, I was already over it. I think it was before the breakup, I'm sure. I think it was the first
in terms of
time
holding out hope for Stelena.
For Stelena, yeah. I think it was the first time that Stefan vocalizes that, Elena's good for Damon. I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're done here.
Yeah, that does feel roundabout where it is.
So...
But again, the story allows you to think that maybe while Catherine is trying to worm her way back in, Stefan will show that he still is open to Elena. But then it's like, no, he was kind of just running on instinct when he kissed her. But like, his rational mind is like, no, that door is closed. We're just friends now. I'm like, okay.
All right. Cool.
Which I guess... good that it happens this episode, because this is when the travelers show up.
Oh, good. Grand.
Why do Caroline and Stefan go to them? I know they get trapped in a car at one point, but...
Caroline calls him. Because what was it?
Oh, it was Enzo. Who wanted the and that's why I forgot.
Sitting here struggling to remember what the hell was it? Oh, yes.
You see it's like Alaric compelling away that moment in Elena's mind, and the domino effect.
It rolls through the whole story of like, you start forgetting all these events because he's in them. Yes, she and Enzo has contacted her to come to the Travelers because Elena has a special strain of the Ripper virus that's werewolf infused. So they need separate antidotes, I guess. So they go to the Travelers, who are like, hey, we, for whatever reason, we're working with Wes and have the notes to make the cure, so we'll do that, but we need you for doppelganger shit. Stefan, you have a doppelganger that's still alive. It's just you and this one other guy left. And for your blood to be useful to us, we need to kill that other guy. So we'll be using you to locate him, actually. Please and thank you. They see where he is, and then they find that it's old information. So then they press further into Stefan. It becomes clear that this process is taxing Stefan physically. He's in pain. He's crying out. Caroline's like, you're gonna kill him. And they're like, we just need to get a bit further. And she grabs the knife and holds it to Sloane, the head traveler, and is like, if you keep pushing on him, I'm killing you, babe. And so then she makes a deal with them to be like, okay, I will go out and find, what's his name? Tom Avery, the doppelganger, boots on the ground, in exchange for you not killing Stefan to like locate him. And then
she goes off with Enzo to do that little arc.
Yeah.
Which ends with Enzo just murdering Tom.
Sure does. Oh, in this episode though, is the moment where Stefan and Caroline are talking, and Caroline's just in awe of Stefan being willing to go through that psychic torture again to save Damon and Elena. And he's like, I'd do it for you too. And there's a little moment where Caroline smiles at him. And then it comes back at the end where he's like, no, you can't just go and kill some innocent human dude. And she's like, of course I have to. You said you'd do this for me, so I'll do this for you. And that's when she goes off with Enzo. They kill Tom Avery. Well, Caroline tries to spare him, but Enzo shows up in the parking lot and goes, nah, I've got my own plans. This boy needs to die. And then Caroline comes back in the next episode at the end, and he's in the back of the truck. And she hops in, and he pretends to not remember.
See, he can be funny.
If you give him the chance. And that's when they're in the truck bed together, lying down and being like...
That was the moment where I was finally, because, I'm slow. I was finally like, wait.
Now hold on.
I was like, is this? I can see what's happening. What?
Yeah.
And they don't have a clue. This, for me, was when the Stelena ship, I guess, was announced as being in production. Not Stelena, Stereline. The Stereline ship was announced as being in production.
The Deadline article was released.
Yes. There's a director. They've attached a lead actor to it. We haven't started shooting yet, but
Principal
it's
photography
in the works.
slated for... Yeah. I'm sure there were, like, moments where I was like, I mean, I know they're friends, but, like, the energy is kind of, like, different. And then this was the moment that pushed me over the edge, because I was like, now, come on now. Under the moonlight, sha-la-la-la-la, she's tucking into the crook of his neck. They're smiling at each other in ways that friends don't necessarily do so. So I was like, okay. There was something primordial about it. I was like, there's potential here. There's a energy that can be catapulted forward. And that very much excited me. And frankly, as much as I was against it, by the end of the show, it's the best canon ship that exists. You know?
So...
You know? Despite the muck they're about to go through, they're kind of it.
And I guess part of what helps that shift become clear is that it's around this point that Caroline stops being a Stelena shipper. She's now just like, no, Damon sucks for you because he's a bad person. Not because I want you to necessarily get back with Stefan, Elena, but just because I don't see why you're dating Damon.
Yeah, which was always the case, but it's now the priority reason.
Yeah, that moment happens in Rescue Me, which, oh gosh, we're so close to the end. Damn, Stefan. Okay.
Yeah.
Resident Evil, episode 18.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Which one is this?
Resident
is Marcos
Evil.
here?
No, yes, that's what it is. This is the hallucination episode.
Oh.
This is the dreams episode.
No!
Right after the
final
moment.
nail in the the final drop of piss on the grave, actually, because the coffin has already been buried.
It's buried. It's 6 feet underground. And there they are.
You are desecrating my burial grounds is what you're actually doing.
God, tying the specter to the earth forever in eternal torment. I hate it. Do we have to discuss this?
We can just briefly say the travelers give Elena and Stefan some shared dreams of a possible human life they could have had. I will say, at the time I was watching this, I was like, obviously the story isn't saying this is something that could have happened because Stefan would have been dead long before she was born.
Yes, of course.
But now we know that ultimately this is the life Damon and Elena get to have because they both end up being human by the end of the show.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. I can't stress how infuriating it is. I've said it a dozen times now that this is the second time something is presented as this magical, mystical connection between these two doppelgangers. And immediately within that episode, someone says, well, that was my magic that I was using to draw you together for my means and purposes. I just can't stress.
What is the subtext there? Are we trying to show our audience that Elena and Stefan was the magical but ultimately unrealistic high school love, and Elena and Damon is the real mature adult love that comes with difficulty and stress? Like, are we trying to say that Stelena was too perfect to be a real thing? So now every time we call back to it, it's magic?
Who wrote it like that? And frankly, the idea that they're perfect, we just discussed how much shit those two went through. Have you seen all of season 3? This is the thing we were talking about during the Caroline episode, that the idea that the only conflict a relationship can face is, well, we're gonna break up, is insane.
Yeah.
Because I guess that's the assertion, right? If what you're saying is true, is that because Elena and Stefan never once broke up, which is not true, they did break up at some point, never once broke up outside of external forces that literally tore Stefan away from Elena, they're not a real relationship, is I don't think that doesn't mean they didn't struggle. Elena and Stefan fought, but they fought as a pair, right? They weren't opposed to each other. They weren't enemies within the relationship. Anytime they fought, there's a really great quote from The Haunting of Hill House about fighting with love. You can have an argument as a relationship with your partner, but throughout the argument, you have certainty that the two of you are on the same team. Whatever is said in this moment, you are safe in it, right? Barring obviously any out-of-pocket shit that you would say, but you wouldn't say because you have a healthy relationship. Elena and Stefan very much had opposing views throughout the first 3 seasons, but because they are a partnership, because they're a relationship, because they work so well together, it never demolished their relationship, as happens with Elena. So if the assertion is that the number of times you break up because of problems and get back together is the sign of a real relationship, I think that's silly. I think that's absolutely
In fact, that's
silly.
a very high school outlook on a relationship.
Exactly
if anything. The fighting is passion.
The fighting is how you know it's real. It's I had friends who broke up 36 times because they were 15 years old.
Gosh.
Because they were babies trying to navigate a relationship. That's what that is.
There's a Taylor Swift song written about how one of her rebounds is not fulfilling her because she's still in love with the ex who mistreated her. And I can see how someone who is on the side of Delena is exciting and Stelena is boring would see things that way. I think the chorus says, I miss screaming and fighting and kissing in the rain.
Right.
Because Taylor Swift loves talking about kissing in the rain. But the screaming and fighting part, I think it... Yeah.
That's the way I loved you.
I think the bridge says, he can't see the smile I'm faking and my heart's not breaking because I'm not feeling anything at all. And I'm like, why is there this idea... Obviously, the context of that song is don't
She's
try
in
to
a
force yourself
loveless
to fall in love with the rebound.
Yeah.
But yes, but why is the idea that if Stefan is safe and reliable, that means that the love is not interesting just for an audience to get to watch? Because yes, ultimately this is a story, this is a drama.
It's a CW, right?
I found them entertaining.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing that pisses me off is that, yes, it wasn't balls to the wall, oh my god, it's insane, and we're pulling our hair out, but we're also passionately kissing down the corridors because we can't stay away from it. Okay, Stefan and Elena is some of the most entertaining stuff of the show. They're so passionate, they were so in love with each other, with such a strong union that it was always so engaging to watch how they work together and to watch how they trade each other off to, how they were the ebb and flow of who was in whose corner and who's the rock today and who's the one who needs some help. They were great. Again, it's silly. I say it all the time, but it's silly to assert that.
Yeah.
And also on top of that, to be okay, you have your chaotic, tornado whirlwind romance in Delena, I guess. Narratively, it still needs to say something. You can say this is more exciting because they're chaotic and they're toxic, because there's really no way around it. They are a toxic relationship. What makes them good? The sex? Okay. Their codependency? Cool. What about this pairing is yeah, they're good together? Because that's never there's no answer in that. In the season, they list a dozen reasons why they don't work and then end up together anyway because Elena says, ride or die. And that's it.
The tell and the don't show. Because they're we're just going to tell our audience that Elena fixes him, even though she visibly, demonstrably does not.
She just
and that
takes
Damon is
him
good
as
for
he
her
is.
now that she's changed and become a vampire. I defy you to find a difference between season 1, 2, 3 Elena and season 5 Elena. I'm this is the same person.
Other than the fact that every now and then, no, because even in the early seasons, she was pretty okay with Damon doing really crazy bad stuff. So really, there's no difference. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
If Elena had turned into this much darker version of herself, and the idea was Damon's the only one who can love her or still see the semblance of goodness in her, I'd be fine, at least you're proving to me that she did change when she became a vampire. I'm she didn't change. She struggled with bloodlust like everyone does.
Right.
And we're
and then it
supposed
was
to believe
done.
that that's part of the reason that she and Stefan broke up. It's very silly. But what I will say is another feather in Stefan's cap. We see him go through the most this season.
Yeah.
Even when he's still got this slight sliver of a romantic thread connecting him and Elena. Unlike Damon, when he goes through the most, it never comes back to bite Elena in the butt. It's never oh, now she must suffer because he's actively making choices to harm people or to screw her over or whatever. And I'm why am I supposed to believe that anyone in this story, and in particular Stefan, is yeah, stepping back and letting Elena be with Damon is the best thing for both these people? I'm no, for your brother, you were letting your brother date his enabler.
Right.
And
Even for your
Wearing
brother,
this
it's
girl
like,
you
this is
supposedly
not,
love.
he'll never learn to stand on his own 2 feet and not kill people for fun, I guess. That's the thing that's like... He tells her this season, I thought you broke up with me, so I ripped your friend's heart out. That's what you do to me. And Elena's like, no, it's fine. I think it's okay that happened. She's like, I forgive you every time. That's what you do to me. That's love, babe. It's like, oh, wow. There's some nice moments in the flashback. They look cute as a pair. They get to play adults as they actually are. They have 2 adorable kids.
I love when that happens because it is very easy to do because it's like, oh yeah, you're in your late 20s.
Right.
You could have 2 young kids.
You could have 2 5-year-olds. Stefan's cooking because, of course. It's a cute domestic life, and I love that for them. It's like an AU that exists in this one episode. And all it will be is an obstacle for Damon, so Damon can sit outside and pout on the porch because he feels insecure. And Elena must go tell him, no, you're the one I love. But there's that nice conversation with Stefan and Elena where they very much mourn, I guess, a version of a life they could have had if their lives were normal. It somehow becomes about Elena again, but who cares? But
It does.
But Stefan establishes that they are friends. Like, both of them say that the way they can talk now, post-breakup, just shows that they're friends. But the thesis of the story is that you can't be friends and in love with somebody at the same time, which, again, I disagree with. I would hope you're friends with the person you're in love with. Like,
Also, weren't Damon and Elena friends for 2
Never.
seasons?
Never. They weren't, though, is the thing. Like, we all pretend that they were.
She described Damon as her friend.
She
Even though
would.
he was thirsting after her a lot of the time, she was like, no, he's my friend.
And it's like, babe, that man wants in your pants so desperately. He doesn't care that you're dating his brother. That should concern you. Anyway, they end off as friends. That's the key thing about this episode.
And that is the final, true, lost, real death of the Stelena ship.
Marcos, the main villain of the season, shows up in episode 18.
Oh, yay,
so
the
here we
most
are.
exciting villain.
Our favorite. Nothing to do with Stefan. He doesn't, I don't think, speak to Marcos maybe ever in this show.
What happens before we get to all that other side death nonsense?
It's the episode where Enzo tells his sad, tragic backstory. So, we need to set this up because we did skip over somewhere around episode 12 or so is when Enzo and Damon have linked up again and now they're besties, bosom pals, and they're killing Augustine people. I think this is after the first Delena breakup, when he starts to soft launch his, like, Terra era. Terra era. And so Stefan, of course, as he does, is like, well, I've got to make sure Damon doesn't go around killing people. And he finds Damon and Enzo together at the Salvatore house. They were drunk the previous night. They parked the car against the wall of the house. Oh, this is post the breakup. So he's just killed Aaron, and then him and Enzo go on a bender. Stefan's like, what's going on? And Enzo's like, oh, yes, you're, of course, the brother. Lorenzo St. John, we met earlier at the school. Stefan completely stonewalls him and is like, Damon, what's happening? Damon says some nonsense, like there's a bunch of whatever. They kill some Augustine person. Enzo's out burying them, and then Stefan comes to Enzo and is like, hey, we don't know each other, but I just need to tell you to back off my brother. He's in a bad place right now, and I don't need you messing him up. Enzo's like, hey, there's no need for there to be drama. We can be chill. You're his brother. I'm his friend. He extends a hand again. Stefan ignores it. He does this twice. And Enzo's like, okay, so this is how it's going to be. There's a really great, go back to the Enzo episode to hear the conversation between the two of them, because I think it's very interesting. Because the thing I said at the end of last session is the Stefan perspective of the Stefan Klaus pairing I wanted to leave for now when we get into season 5, where they introduced Enzo as a weird soft replacement for Klaus. And then this starts up, this weird back and forth between Stefan and Enzo that feels very homoerotic. Because in the scene, Stefan makes a soft threat. Enzo goes, I've been through decades of torture, babe. There's nothing you could do that would hurt me. Stefan grabs the shovel, whacks him on the head, drops him to the ground, breaks off the spade of the shovel, and partially stakes Enzo. and threatens him again and says, I won't tell you another time. Enzo's like, you think that hurts? Pulls the stake further into his chest. And I'm like, again, a metaphor in there that you can find for yourself. It's so weirdly intimate, this scene. And this energy, it's not consistent throughout the season, but there's blips of it. And after this episode, really where it comes back strongest is this one. Because this is post-Traveler stuff. They promised Enzo, we're gonna help you find Maggie, this nurse who was nice to you in August, whatever. They give him the answers he's looking for. Turns out Maggie's dead. Apparently, she was fed on by a vampire and her head was ripped off. And so he, from what he's heard about Stefan through Damon, has assumed that Stefan rippered Maggie. So he comes to the diner where Stefan and Elena are hanging around studying. Stefan, Elena, and Bonnie, like friends do. He's like, okay, I've compelled everyone in this bar to not pay attention. I've also compelled the football team at Whitmore to kidnap Luke, who is a powerful Gemini witch, so that one's baffling. Then turns out that apparently the Parker twins were, as usual, committing to the bit. They were exactly where they wanted to be. He's now blackmailing Liv to, magic everybody and, put a hostage situation. Calls up Damon and is like, yeah, get here, your brother, he did all this stuff. Maybe if you come here, you can talk some sense into him. All this bullshit, right? Haranguing Stefan because Stefan's the source of all his problems. We find out at the end of the episode, Damon's the one who killed this woman. As always, the sins of Damon, right, being pinned on Stefan. It's like, no, actually, Damon rippered your girlfriend to frame Stefan, right? Because they're like, were you a ripper in this era, Stefan? Then we learn, no, he was not. He actually had his act together. He tried to save that Maggie girl because she noted in her diary, I guess, about meeting him. He vamp-faced to scare her away. Then later that week, I guess, Damon rocked up post-Augustine humanity off and tore her head off. Because he was like, oh, Stefan didn't come save me from a prison he didn't know I was in after I told him never to speak to me. So here's that for his trouble.
He had abandoned Stefan at the train station during World War II and hadn't spoken to him since then, is what had happened.
So it's like, okay, what is Stefan now supposed to do? Divine that you've been captured by a secret shadowy organization? I don't know. So then Enzo finally leaves them alone and runs off. Oh, he flips his humanity switch off. There's a cool moment in the bar where Stefan Superman punches Enzo. It's really badass. They all then have to tuck tail and run after Enzo, who has snatched Elena because he's trying to spite Damon now. Damon, for whatever reason, doesn't find Elena first. Stefan does and tries to free her. Ends up in a fight with Enzo. Their fight spills across the campus to some parking lot far off. Enzo has ripped out an engine and spread fuel all over the ground. Stefan is knocked out lying against a car. And then Enzo is now sitting in front of Stefan with this lighter open to be like, ooh, I could burn us both out and we'll go out in a blaze of glory. I don't care. My emotions are off. The exact thing he says is, so what shall we do now? Shall we burn together, you and I? And again, it's just I think if you just maybe kissed him, I think some of your problems would be solved. I don't know. You said the Maggie thing wasn't romantic, clearly. You just said it was her kindness for you. So I think there's a better solution to this than the self-destructive
Stenzo
spiral.
shippers, make yourselves known.
Listen, he's single, Stefan, when it comes to these two, has the energy of the DL who would never acknowledge it in public, but behind closed doors would be like, yeah, whatever, I f*** around. That's the energy he gives off, both in the Klaus pairing and in this weird energy with Enzo. But they're so drawn to him, it's fascinating. It's because he's such a sensitive soul, he's such a sweet guy, despite the fact that that's the bit that they resent about him, that's the bit that keeps them coming back. Yeah, Stefan grabs Enzo's heart to be like, oi, stop this nonsense. And then Enzo's like, oh, I hope your brother doesn't hate you after finding out what you did to me. And then pulls himself off of Stefan's hand, leaving his heart behind. Again, not dramatizing. That is exactly what happens.
Such nonsense.
And frames Stefan for his murder.
It's such a Looney Tunes move.
It's so crazy. And then Enzo's dead. And you'd think that would be the end of him, but it's not. And I heard that apparently behind the scenes, it's that the writers were going to kill the character off, which, fair enough, that's where his story ends. But then Ian Somerhalder apparently behind the scenes fought for Michael Malarkey to continue to be employed because he felt, I guess, he was an interesting character that should keep going. And I'm like, that's nice for the actor. For the story, however, God, why?
Ian Somerhalder constantly fighting to keep POCs in the main cast.
Love that, right? Really appreciate that. Wish they wrote something better for this guy.
Yeah.
No reason for him to continue being alive in the story. But alas, glad Mr. Malarkey was employed. He's in a show right now. I can't remember its name, but he's in an ongoing, so that's nice. And then Stefan has to cover up Enzo's death because the narrative wants you to think that this is somehow equivalent to Damon killing Lexi, which I will never, ever entertain. In fact, even if Stefan killed him on purpose, not equivalent. Enzo was a menace by the end of his arc. I think killing him would be justified.
I guess Stefan is supposed to feel guilty because he's like, oh, Enzo was there for Damon when I couldn't be because I didn't know he was captured. And I think Damon even says Enzo was what kept him from hating Stefan when he was locked up, which again is like, he didn't know you were here.
Didn't know you were there.
What does this have to do with the price of eggs?
And frankly, Enzo is having the adverse effect on Damon that you wanted Elena to nullify. So which side of this equation are you on, Stefan? What actually do you want? Enzo, supposedly, by the story's alignment, is the reason Damon's off on a bender killing people willy-nilly, because Damon's a baby who doesn't know how to make choices for himself. So, I don't know. It's all a mess by this point.
Stefan, maybe it's actually good that you didn't get to have kids with Elena. You seem like the kind of parent who is compassionate to a fault and would spoil their child and give them whatever they want. Let Damon have Enzo because he deserves his bestie, even when his bestie makes him homicidal, and I don't like him to be homicidal. Let him have Elena because she fixes him, even though I can't think of anything he's offering her to make her life easier.
Right.
Just...
Right. No, certainly at this point, like where Damon's concerned, he's very much an enabler, and it sucks. It sucks that he's grandfathered into this relationship. Anyway... That's the Enzo stuff. Episode 20, they are in that cabin. Luke is cloaking them from the travelers, and Enzo's a ghost trying to kill them all. It's not terribly important to Stefan. It's more Delena stuff.
Wow.
The season is so bad. I cannot tell you how bad it is.
This is why I'm always like, the most boring season.
He's got nothing.
There's so much happening, but simultaneously, nothing at all is going on.
Nothing's going on.
Maybe we feel this way because this is truly the season where the center of the universe is Delena.
Which we're not concerned about even in the slightest.
It's called the Year of the Doppelganger. That was their tagline. And yet even the Doppelganger shenanigans is only there to be an obstacle in the Delena ship's course.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Damon tells Stefan he should have told him about Enzo sooner because he would have done it or whatever. I don't care. Stefan and Caroline have a cute moment where she's like, oh, you told Elena about killing Enzo, quote unquote, but you didn't tell me. I get it because it's Elena and you'll have a longer history or whatever. And Stefan's like, hey, it's not about that. I didn't want you to look at me differently because of what I'd done. Which again, Stefan immediately starts taking ownership of Enzo's death, and it's like, you didn't kill him.
As he does.
You didn't kill this. That guy was suicidal by the end and wanted to cause shit between you and your brother. I need you to wake up, buddy. This is
Stefan's
crazy.
like, it was my fist closed around his heart. I'm like, Stefan, the laws of physics killed Enzo, okay? He pushed back.
Right, he made
while his heart was
force,
being held in place by your hand.
and you were the opposite and equal force. There was some yield stress he had to overcome for his heart to pop out of his chest, and he pushed through that. Anyway, he tells her that there's stuff that he tells her that he doesn't tell Elena. Like, she's got dirt on her cheek, and then he rubs it off, and it's really cute and sweet. I don't know, it's the only happy thing going on in this arc, so might as well.
That's all I can think of. It's a lot of Travelers stuff, and you know how we feel about the Travelers, dear listeners.
Yeah, because right at the end of this, they get snatched by the Travelers.
You see.
I think we're in the last 2 episodes.
The home stretch in the year of the doppelganger, in which Stefan being a doppelganger is supposed to be quite central to the plot, and yet...
Backseat, baby. He's the B-plot sometimes, but most often he's just supporting Delena or supporting someone else.
So in the second last episode, Promised Land, I guess the travelers need more of Stefan and Elena's blood for their one final spell where they're going to purge the world of spirit magic and any magic that isn't traveler magic. So I guess that would include expression and whatever darkness Bonnie briefly used.
Why not?
Oh, one of the travelers helps them escape. Is that because her man has died?
Her husband is passengered into Tyler, so...
Her husband, Julian?
Yeah, that's the one.
Another name they reused.
Julian and
reused
Valerie.
and Julian.
That's kind of fun. But yeah, she's like, he's stuck in Tyler's body now, and I want us to like run off and go live our lives, so we are just gonna head out. She dies, so that doesn't happen. Yeah, there's a cute scene where he and Elena are like trying to hitchhike, and she gets him to vamp run even though they're at low strength, and it like he stops halfway because he can't do it, and then she's like, it was entertaining the first few times, now it's lost its luster. Then the lady brings them back to town, but they get crashed into by the Parker twins, who then try to kill them because they're like, sorry, we can't have the travelers enact their plan. But they fail because the spell starts and like their magic gets, nullified by the anti-magic barrier. And then they all have to run.
How does Stefan die again? Because I know he dies this episode.
So everyone's evacuating. Stefan is waiting for Caroline, who had to pack something up. I don't know what. Damon and Elena leave first because at this point, yeah. Caroline finally catches up. Tyler, who again has this passenger Julian in him, is like, okay, so where's my wife? And they're like, she kind of died. And he's like, what? And Stefan's like, wasn't us, buddy. The witches were up to some shit. And he's like, well, I've got nothing now. I've been forsaken by my people. My wife is dead. I'm pissed. Stefan's like, oi, calm down. And he's like, no, don't tell me to calm down. Starts getting violent. And then he's like, you know what? No doppelganger, no spell. Kill Stefan. Very abruptly and quickly.
Okay, so at least the motivation made sense.
There's a motivation.
He was like, it's not just to spite you, it's because there's
a little
necessity in your death.
It is a little bit to spite him, which is crazy because he doesn't know Stefan, but it is largely to stop the spell so that he doesn't have to run away.
And Caroline is the one left crying over his body. And again, I was like, it's you. You're the one who's here, Caroline. Interesting. Okay.
True. God, rains don't let me go. Swelling in the background. So sad. I was gagged.
He goes to the other side, I guess, which means Bonnie knows that he's there.
Yes, at the end. And he sees Lexi!
The actual best friend who should have gotten to come back in this finale.
If anyone who should have been fought for to stay on the cast, I think it's Ariel Kebbel, who wasn't particularly booked and busy at the time. I think we could have gotten her back.
This is the episode where the other side is starting to crumble because Marco's forced resurrection compromised the structural integrity of the other side.
That is exactly right. That is what happened.
I love that the other side crumbling has nothing to do with the Traveler's plans. It's just the side effect of the resurrection spell they used on Marcos.
Happenstance.
Also, I'm like, why did they need to use that spell? We've seen people come back. Bonnie came back by sacrificing her life to resurrect Jeremy. The Travelers have shown they are willing to die for the cause. Why couldn't one of them die to bring back Marcos?
Because the Travelers are supposedly so much weaker than regular witches because they were cursed. So they required their combined power and like the hundreds of them to bring him back. It's a very weird storyline that we've talked about this in the Witch episode, I think, about how the Travelers are treated. But yeah, that's really what it is.
He almost gets sucked into the hell in the sky, and then Lexi saves him. And I was like, oh, girl, I was hoping you'd found peace.
Honestly, by now. This is crazy. In fact, you were set up for that in season 3, where it was like, Elena's gonna be the one to get him through. But then she came back in season 4, because I guess once they broke up, she was like, damn, I guess I can't get out. He's still in trouble. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Elena and Caroline ambushed the twins.
Yep. and kill one of them to force them to, like, undo the spell.
Which is fair. They're like, Luke's dead. Now I guess you have to help us.
Gotta help us bring our people back. Sorry.
Inadvertently stacking the number of people on the other side who now have to come through Bonnie, which ends up slowly killing her this episode. Even though she's already dead. So I guess it's destroying her, not killing her. Whatever.
I don't super know. Stefan accidentally goes through to the real world because Bonnie starts coughing up because, as you say, the effect it's having on her, the spell and the other side falling apart. And so instinctively reaching to catch her as she falls, he goes through even though he was waiting for Damon to get back because nobody can find Damon for whatever reason.
Oh, so this would be the episode where Lexi's like, Elena, you and Elena are done now.
Yeah.
Caroline.
Does she talk about it this episode? I don't remember.
Don't they have this conversation about him finding new true love? Or am I conflating season 4?
Cute. Love that.
Because I think, yeah, she mentions Caroline and Stefan is like, no, we're just friends. Again, he's still on that trajectory. And by now, I was like, okay, this is the second time you've had Lexi mention this. I see where this is going.
Lexi is their rose. That's cute.
But yeah, as you say, he does, because he's so caring. He reaches out to catch Bonnie and accidentally comes back. And then Damon... Again, the reason that Lexi doesn't get to have a life is because he is on the other side doing whatever. Lexi's like, no, I can't go through until Damon goes through. What kind of a best friend would I be if I didn't let Stefan get his brother back? And I'm like... Honestly, Elena, this is on you because Damon didn't need you to suicide with him in the car, but you insisted.
But she's
so thanks
ride or
for that.
die, Fadzai. That's how you know they're meant to be their end game. Because she'd get in a car with him and blow up unnecessarily, exploding her body. To
blow up unnecessarily, become a liability in the plan. A plan which she knew was time sensitive.
Right.
I don't know why.
That's how you know their true love, though. So in the end, it was necessary. Even though he then disappears into oblivion and then it all just becomes a mess.
But I guess that's kind of all that happens to Stefan this episode.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, he's distraught because his brother is lost to oblivion as far as they know. And Caroline comes to comfort him.
So are Elena and Jeremy for losing their respective loves. Be that as it may, he ends out the season on a better note than he did last season.
Weirdly.
Which is crazy to say because his brother has just died.
God. He ends off on a better note and then yet... Season 6 is gonna start off somewhere wild. Been dreading
They
this.
had to create an obstacle for Steroline to work their way through.
Heaven forbid a couple gets together in a normal way. I don't...
But like I said, Year of the Doppelganger, one of our main cast doppelgangers doesn't get nearly as much focus. He's essentially... He is to doppelgangers as Bonnie is to witches.
Yeah.
Just a plot device.
And it sucks because it's his first outing as a doppelganger, right? It's introduced in the last episode of season 4, and in season 5 it's like, okay, well, Silas gets a full arc, Stefan gets to be a pawn in that arc, and then an obstacle for Delena, and then a tool for some witches, which I guess is kind of the doppelganger way. So maybe it is, you know...
And a final goal for Catherine.
Yeah.
Who is like, I'm not sure if I believe in the fated doppelganger nonsense, but either way, I want Stefan back. She's agnostic as far as that's concerned.
I need to know who the 1800s doppelganger was that he was actually meant to be with if we pretend the destiny thing is real. Because that would have been fun.
Some ancestor of Isabel's who was living in the States.
Right. Just hanging out. She was in the north and he was in the south, and it would have been a star-crossed lovers thing, you know? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Actually, yes. Civil War area Romeo and Juliet.
Perish the thought. I need to go cleanse myself.
It is nice that we get to see at least the rivalry of doppelgangers, the whole, doppelgangers try to undo each other's lives. Elena was never really trying to do that to Catherine, but Stefan, because of what Silas does to him as part of just his plans, is like, oh yeah, absolutely, now I'm coming for you. You are my enemy number 1 this season. So
But I'm
That's
always
fun
like,
to
because
get
when
to
they
see.
say that, I'm like, yeah, this kind of works sometimes, but also there's a very natural logic as to what's going on here. It's like Stefan was royally screwed over by this dude that he didn't know, who just happened to look like him, and suffered for months on end. And now he's like, yeah, no, I want vengeance for that. I think that's fair. I don't think that's necessarily a mystical obligation from the fact that they kind of look like each other and they're related. You know? I don't know.
That's true. That's true.
But maybe that's what that's referencing. That, like, that's an inevitability of being doppelgangers.
Certainly his doppelganger bears him less ill will than Elena's doppelganger bore her.
Right.
He's on Team Stelena, even if just because he doesn't like Damon and it's trying to push Damon's buttons.
Funny. He doesn't seem to care that much about Stefan. He's not, like, impressed by him, but he doesn't care about him. He doesn't hate him.
He's happy to impersonate Stefan and point out how unfair the Delena thing was to
You
him
know?
all through season 4.
In a weird way, some sympathy for the angel. Wild.
But other than that, it's just seeds of Steroline. Unfortunately, this season well and truly closes out any semblance of Stefan and Bonnie being close.
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
Because even after she comes back, he's not that involved with her.
What can be? Well, at that point, she's grandfathered in with Damon, and we're pretending that makes sense. So there's really no route back.
Oh no, I meant when she comes back as the anchor in season 5.
Yes, yeah, no, which would have been the time.
You know? Because then this season ends, and for Stefan, it's all about, I lost my brother. Elena is at least like, I'm devastated by losing Damon, and yes, I also miss Bonnie. Stefan's like, Bonnie
It's
who?
like
My
it's
brother.
like wild. It's like these guys were friends.
But yeah, season 6, after the somewhat lackluster season 5, at least where Stefan is concerned. I mean, he had some interesting stuff in season 5, but season 6 gives him some juicier storylines. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's you know, we like characters that are well-rounded and have flaws and strengths and whatever. Stefan starts off this season not being the best guy.
Yeah.
He has a fall from grace that for once has nothing to do with bloodlust.
I mean, like, fair enough. Some human flaws, arguments easily made. There's a lot of understandably human choices that are made after a very devastating experience. I still have some misgivings when taken in its entire sum. But alas.
Well, in the first episode of season 6, I'll remember, Stefan has deuced out of town. Everyone believes he's off questing for a way to save Damon and Bonnie from whatever oblivion they may or may not have slipped into. But it's mainly Caroline who's like really fixated on this idea.
Yeah.
He has not communicated with her, basically. Has this been all summer, I guess?
Seemingly.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Season 5 is a whole year, so it's another summer.
He has been in communication with Rick, who he's been, I guess, outright lying to, that he's still looking for Damon.
I don't know, man.
Because when we see Stefan, he is working at an auto shop in Savannah, is it Texas?
Savannah, Georgia.
And he's just there working at the auto shop, pretending to be human. He's got a boss who he isn't like beating the crap out of or compelling because he's like, no, I'm just trying to live a human life. We'll later on learn that that's not quite what he's doing either. Like, his boss isn't getting hurt, but Stefan.
Yeah.
He has a girlfriend named Ivy who, also Ivy,
Ivy.
so mistreated by the story.
Ivy.
You could have been forgiven for thinking, "Oh, some more POCs this season." No,
it's a choice.
Yeah, I guess she's a glorified, not even rebound, because he's over Elena now. So
Yeah, no, it's got nothing
just
to do
a
with
distraction.
Elena. That's a better word, I would say.
She's a distraction, much like everything else he's doing in this town, until eventually Enzo, who is still a character and is going to be so irritating this season, as we've discussed in the Enzo episode.
It's so baffling.
Enzo finds out about this coven called the Gemini Coven, who might be able to help them figure out a way to locate wherever it is Damon and Bonnie may have ended up. And then I guess
Does he try to find this Gemini coven at all?
he doesn't go to
No,
them. He enlists Caroline's help, and then halfway during the trip, he's like, oh, we're not going to them. We're going to go find Stefan. And I'm like, wait, how did he even know where Stefan was? Does Alaric tell him where Stefan is?
I mean, I hope you're not looking for answers from me. I don't have any where it pertains to Enzo and his divinatory capabilities.
Plot's got a plot. So Enzo shows up and starts being annoying. Stefan, before this, was in the bubble he exists in a fairly normal place with Ivy. She's like really into him. He's not super into her, but he's being friendly and nice, and it's okay. And maybe in the future, something might have happened. Who knows? This is the CW. But then Enzo shows up with Caroline and ruins everything. Because Caroline and Stefan have had this brief little spark that sort of was ignited at the end of last season.
That's true.
But I guess in Stefan's mind, that faded into the background when he lost his brother. And in Caroline's mind, it's like, well, my friend who I care about has basically been ghosting me. And now I get here and I find out he hasn't actually been on some top secret mission that's been taking up his time. He's just given up on finding Damon and Bonnie and didn't bother to tell me and just left everyone behind.
Yeah, I don't think there was necessarily a conscious consideration about that spark that was happening in season 5. I think he just threw a grenade behind him and ran. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't think he was aware of it at the time. Like if he felt anything, it was voiced through Lexi.
I think he does a lot of denial too when it comes to, at least in the season 5, season 6 era, of the Steroline stuff, because it's very clear in his face and in his voice that like there's a very cutesy thing going on here. But then anytime it's brought up, he's like, "What? What are you talking about? Y'all are crazy." And it's like, bro. What?
He's a gentleman. Stefan is like, I'm not one of those straight boys who's only friends with straight girls because I'm hoping that in the future something might happen. This is my
Which
friend.
is great. Love that. Very good energy to have, I suppose. But I guess in the context of you've now abandoned your entire life, it just doesn't really fit well. But hey.
Yeah, it's really sad seeing it from Caroline's point of view, how much she's missed him and how much she needs him. And then she gets there and she's like, did you not get any of my messages? And he's like, and she's like, oh, you didn't listen to them. So you didn't, it's not that my messages didn't mean anything to you, you just didn't listen. And Stefan's like, hey girl, I tried. I went to 20 different countries across the globe. I spoke to every witch, psychic, and shaman. Nobody can help me. Caroline's like, no, we just learned about something called the Gemini Coven. And he's like, I learned about them too. That was a dead end.
Yeah.
So I gave up.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a very fair gave up. I forgot the Alamo. It's a very fair conclusion he's reached. The only issue here is that he hasn't told anybody, right? Because the thing is, for 5, well, we'll skip even in season 3, half of it. For most of this show, Stefan has had to be the knight charging into battle, saving the day, figuring out a way, except where magic is concerned, and that's usually been Bonnie. But even now, Bonnie's not here, so it only falls to him. And it's just like, at a certain point, man, something's gotta give. The expectation that he would endlessly, I guess because, Damon's his brother, but it's like, okay, and then when do you grieve? As far as they're aware, these two people are dead, and the other side is gone. And as he says, I've chased up a dozen leads, they've all been dead ends. How long do I do this? And just feel miserable.
Yeah.
Very fair. Tell one person at the very least.
Tell the person who's your best friend from this group. I mean, now that Damon is gone, I guess the two people he's closest to would be Elena and Caroline. Elena is obviously grieving on her own, in her own unhealthy ways. Oh, sorry. Actually, the Enzo and Caroline catch up to him in the second episode, Yellow Ledbetter.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you missed anything in the first one.
No, nothing happens
fine.
in the first one. But yeah, they do have that awkward dinner, and then we start to see shades of this weird energy Enzo will have for the rest of the season, where it's a little bit, he's angry on Caroline's behalf
It's
for
not
the way
that,
that
though.
he feels Stefan has mistreated her. And also, he's upset that Stefan gave up on Damon.
It's also not that, though.
A third thing will come along later on that will be added on where he'll feel like Stefan is just as bad as any other vampire, but he gets forgiven and allowed to be treated like a hero. And I'm like, Enzo, what are you bored?
Bored,
Like,
irrelevant, obsessed. The third one, at the
don't-
very least, I can't blame you for that. Everything else, listen, buddy. Why'd you stay in this town?
it's wild. He goads Stefan during this dinner where obviously Stefan and Caroline, at least, are not trying to out any of the vampirism to Ivy. Then he stabs Stefan in the hand to be like, look, healing factor.
Isn't that
And
wild?
Caroline's like, cool, let me take this girl away so that you two can talk. And then he gives Stefan a piece of his mind and is like, oh, you abandon your quest to save your brother. What kind of a brother does that? Attacks Stefan, who snaps his neck. And rightfully so.
Right. It's like, what did you expect? You're a younger vampire. You're in his home. You've just showed up and caused trouble. Yeah, you're getting your neck snapped, buddy. There's no righteous stance you're making here. This is silly.
Meanwhile, there's a bit of an awkward moment that seems awkward for one reason, but then becomes awkward for a worse reason, arguably, when Caroline gets a call from Rick, he's trying to erase Elena's Damon memories. He's like, oh, I can't find the core memory that's gonna have this domino effect to make her forget all, like, her relationship stuff with Damon, I guess. And then Caroline's like, oh, that's because Elena won't admit she fell in love with Damon while she was still with Stefan, which she says as Stefan comes in, and she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear that.
But it's like, who didn't know that? Why are we, at this point, acting surprised by this information? I'm sure they had Stefan say that at some point in the first 3 seasons,
Yeah.
as they often did about Elena. I'm baffled by why this is like a surprise.
I think it was more Elena's thing of having to admit that to herself this episode, because when Caroline apologizes to Stefan, he's like, I don't care.
Yeah,
I
like,
really don't care.
Literally, it's been 2 seasons since we were together. I don't know what to tell you.
And then Caroline says, well, you used to care a lot. It was one of the things that I liked about you.
Yeah.
You cared more than anyone. How could you just stop? And then that is when he's like, girl, I gave up. I've given up. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just trying to move on with my life. Which I understand. It's like, listen, my brother died. And I did not want to stay around my hometown where I grew up with him and we had this whole history. And I couldn't be around all of you people who knew him. And Caroline's like, even me? You left me behind with everyone else? Because I thought we were closer than that.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, I had to erase everything about my old life, which is kind of a mirror to what Elena is trying to do this episode, erase all her Delena nonsense with Vampiroric's help. So then Caroline tells him that he's a and he can get rid of Enzo's temporarily dead body himself.
Yeah. Also very fair.
Deserved.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to be said about that. It's a very tough situation, and everyone's having a very fair reaction. I think an interesting thing to do, which I don't think the show does, is to like talk about grief and the age of vampirism. Of like, what does grief feel like when you've known someone hundreds of years versus the grief having known somebody within a mortal lifespan. But that's not really something the Vampire Diaries would do. It's not really their vibe. But yeah.
Speaking of reactions, Enzo, I guess once he revives, finds Caroline crying in the car. And I guess that makes him feel like, how dare you mistreat her? Enzo, in Enzo's mind, he is the boy in the meme going, he did it again, didn't he?
No.
And so he goes back inside and murders Ivy.
Yeah. What did Ivy have to do with it? Nothing.
Nothing. But Enzo claims he's taking up Damon's torch of giving Stefan an eternity of misery. And anytime he sees Stefan getting too happy, he'll show up to ruin it for him. And it's like, what?
What are you talking about? Haven't you ruined shit for this man enough? You framed him for your murder last season, and then you had the gall to bully everybody as a ghost to bring you back when you killed yourself. I just... What are you doing here? It's giving obsessed. It's giving gay obsessed, but the show refuses to say it. It's just like unhealthy coping mechanisms to the fact that Stefan's not looking at you. I'm sorry. That sucks.
Alexa, play Obsessed by Mariah Carey.
Truly.
Elsewhere in the episode, I guess, Rick comes back and is like, cool, so I spoke to Caroline, and the truth is you fell in love with Stefan while you were with Damon. And she has this brief little thing where I'm like, is this Elena speaking to the fans who she knows hate her? Because she was like, no, I was always faithful to Stefan, and I did everything right. I stuck by him when he was at his worst, when he had no humanity, when he left a trail of bodies from Florida to Virginia. I fought for him. And I was like, it's fine, Elena, the relationship is over now. It doesn't matter at this point.
There's no
what we
need
think
for
of how
this.
you treated Stefan.
I don't know why you'd feel the compulsion. It's so weird, in fact, to make it seem like she has to have been perfectly I don't appreciate the pretense around it, is all I'm saying. But then also at the same time, where they're like, the moment she fell in love with him was in season 1 at that... No, it wasn't that, was it?
Well, no, it was season 3.
It was season
the
3. Was it the second or the third time that Damon gave her back her own necklace that Stefan gave to her?
It was the second time, I think.
Cool. It's like, all right, fair. Stefan was gone.
Also,
Damon was your rock.
Horrid for them to say this necklace that was like so representative of Stelena, for her to be like, yeah,
it's a Delena
that
thing,
was the moment I accepted I had fallen for him, because he knew how much this necklace represented and everything with Stefan, and I knew how much it must hurt him to have to give it back to me and give me hope that I would find Stefan and reunite, and it's the most selfless I've ever seen him be. And I was like, okay,
all right,
sure, Elena, okay.
As
Whatever
you said
you
before,
say.
quite literally handing Damon Stefan's toy with this necklace.
Nothing else that episode except Sarah comes to town and says, I have family here.
Sarah Salvatore.
Episode 3 is Welcome to Paradise. Stefan is again on a vengeance quest now, I guess. He tells his boss, yeah, I need time off to go murder this guy who killed my girlfriend. Also, you're gonna go bury her body for me. Cool. To that end, he starts being kind of manipulative. I'm like, Stefan, I don't like this color on you.
Oh,
he goes to find
super.
Elena, and it's like, oh, the first time we've seen each other in months. It's so nice. We're friends. It's all cool. Yay, yay, yay. And then she's like, oh, I heard you have a new girlfriend. I heard it through Caroline. Don't worry, it's not weird. We're in that place that we can discuss relationships with each other now. So sorry that your brother died. I mean, he was a horrible person who I'd never have dated. But, I'm sorry for you.
I will say, even though I was well over it by now, I did get some catharsis from this era of Elena acting the way you would imagine she would have, having met Damon in the earlier seasons. Just being like, yeah, your brother who sucks and murders people, sorry he's dead. It was just nice for me to hear, for my sake.
But really why Stefan is there is because he's like, I'm looking for Caroline because I want to apologize for the way I've been acting, but she's not returning my calls. And then Elena's like, well, we're going to a swimming hole later on and Caroline's going to be there. You could join us. And Stefan's like, ugh, a social event. No. And then she's like, oh, okay. Offhandedly, Enzo's going to be there. And he's like, oh, Enzo. No, yeah, cool. I'd love to come, actually.
Yeah, sounds good. I actually, swimming is my favorite sport. And not only that, it's my favorite hobby. So this sounds great.
On the drive to this shindig where Liam, a character I know you don't care for.
It's just, you said Liam and I went, Dunbar? And I was like, oh, him.
Liam, med student, is... Initially, Elena is trying to set him up with Caroline, I guess, and she's like listing all of Caroline's amazing qualities, building her up. And Stefan's like, also, she never gives up on her friends. And I'm like, Stefan, I think you should be quiet right now in this era where your manipulative ass is actually just using Caroline to find Enzo. But it is interesting that Liam is like, okay, I don't think your friend Caroline's going to live up to all these high expectations, Elena. Low-key, he's interested in Elena, so he's not actually trying to get with Caroline. As they keep going on, he's like, wow, she sounds like she must be perfect. And Stefan's like, yeah, she pretty much is. And I'm like, Stefan, shame, you don't even see it, do you?
He doesn't see it. That's the thing. That's why I was like, I don't think he's a super denial to himself about this. It's very funny.
Also, yeah, this is the scene where Elena's like, oh, wow, it's been 2 years since we broke up. And I was like, okay,
thanks.
Stop bringing it up. I'm trying to move on with my life, Elena. I'm trying to erase my pain.
I don't have someone to mind control it out of my brain. Like, goddamn.
Once they get to the swimming hole, Stefan doesn't even try to find Caroline and ignores Elena's calls when she tries to get him to meet her. But he does attack Enzo, who's fetching ice for Caroline. Still don't know why Enzo is hanging around Caroline and being helpful in this era.
He's supposed to be Caroline's friend now, but like, that stops.
Why? When did they become friends? When he murdered Tom Avery?
No, that's when they split, but then early this season they're supposedly friends again. And then I think they split again this episode because he had blood on his shirt from feeding from a waitress, and she was like, "Don't do that," and he was like, "No, I will." That was that.
Anyway, Stefan and Enzo are squaring off, and then they're interrupted by a rando would-be vampire hunter from Matt's little Tripfel group. He's named Jay. He tries to kill Stefan.
No,
Enzo
he's trying to kill
kills
Enzo.
Jay.
Enzo pretends like he was trying to kill Stefan for some reason when the guy didn't even know Stefan was there. They've been
I see.
scouting Enzo in town, feeding from people. Stefan just showed up from 3 states away. But Enzo is like, "I just saved your life, mate." It's like, why would the guy kill Stefan?
Maybe he saw Stefan being, all vampire superpowered and was like, "I'll kill you too for good measure."
Does Stefan do anything vampire-y in the scene? He shows up with a shotgun is what I remember. Oh no, the shotgun he gets from Jay. What does
the shotgun he gets
Stefan
from
do?
Jay. Maybe he vamp speeds in. I don't know. Enzo kills Jay and then texts Caroline, his new bestie. Stefan almost kills Enzo with Jay's steak gun. Then Caroline shows up and is like, "What are you doing, Stefan?" And he's like, "I don't know, ask Enzo." Ask
new
Enzo
best
why I'm
friend.
suddenly feeling vengeful, and leaves. So obviously she learns about Ivy and she's like, "Hey man, I'm sorry. I didn't know about Ivy." And Stefan's like, "Let me guess, you're gonna say, oh, I was fooling myself and using Ivy as an escape and a distraction." And Caroline's like, "No, actually, I was just gonna say killing Enzo won't bring Ivy back." And then Stefan says killing Enzo will stop Enzo from reminding Stefan about Damon so that Stefan can finally move on from this place. So I'm like, I thought this was about revenge for Ivy. Now suddenly, by extension, you need Enzo dead so you don't think about Damon? Is this because Enzo has now promised to pop in and ruin your life like Damon used to?
Well, no, this is in keeping with the story asserting through Enzo that apparently Stefan is failing Damon by giving up on looking for him, and Enzo's a reminder of that. So if he kills Enzo, he doesn't have to be reminded of that.
I guess it would be symmetrical to how Damon later on claimed that, I killed Lexi because she was a reminder of that bad time in New York where I misbehaved and left her on a rooftop to die. Not because I was trying to get the Founders Council off the trail of a vampire that I had put them on because I was the vampire, killing people all willy-nilly.
It's like there are very clear and logical reasons for them doing the thing that they're doing, and then the show is like, no, actually, it's this more convoluted emotional depth thing we're trying to force into this.
Stefan, this isn't you, baby.
I mean, it isn't. But here we are. He's just awful now. And
he's just really mean to Caroline of all people.
To
One
Caroline
of the sweetest
of
little
all
things in the
people.
show.
And specifically, I guess because he doesn't interact with any other character really that much other than Caroline and to some extent Elena. And Enzo, who deserves to be mean to by all the characters in this show. It's like, who else is there to benchmark this behavior against? No one.
At least for now. He and Rick will have a conversation later on.
Oh, that conversation's entirely on Rick. I don't give a shit. But anyway.
Caroline's like, "Oh, so all the voicemails you left were actually because you were just here to kill Enzo?" And Stefan's like, "Yes." And he's like, "And you decided to visit Elena today just to kill Enzo?" And he's like, "Well, yes." And she's like, "Nah, I don't believe you. You're lying." And she claims that she knows part of him misses this place and these people and his friends. And she's like, "Look, being back here must remind you of how much we all need you, how much I specifically need you." And Stefan's like, "No." And then she's like, "Okay, if I'm wrong, then you can leave and start over. But if even a small part of you came back to check up on Alaric or Elena or me, please, please stay." And Stefan's like, blue tick, no reply, walks away.
And the thing about that is, because I can't tell if they're... Well, I mean, I guess that's what it'll turn out to be. Is the suggestion here is that he is acting... he's not acting honestly here when he's leaving.
Yeah.
It's more of the denialism of him just being like, no, I can't face that, I must leave. But the thing about that is, at the end of the day, he does leave in this moment, so it has the same impact. So, once again, it's just incredibly awful, specifically to Caroline, but just in general. Grief, I guess.
Elsewhere in the episode, Sarah is being drawn into the plot. I think she got fed on by Elena and then got compelled, but then she wanders into the anti-magic bubble, and later on, Jeremy and Co learn that, oh wait, the anti-magic bubble wipes away compulsion, so now she knows about vampires again. At the end of the episode, Caroline speaks to Elena and she tells her that she misses Stefan, and Elena's like, Caroline, do you have feelings for Stefan? And Caroline says, yeah, I think maybe I did.
Miserable.
And in the final scene, Stefan saves Trip Fell from his fumbled ambush of Enzo. Enzo almost kills Trip, but Stefan disables him with a stake, and he's like, yeah, there, kill him, Trip. Which we know Trip does not immediately do.
You gotta hate when a character you don't super care about has an impact on the plot. Really, two of them link up this episode at the end and just set off like a grenade. But anyway, JK, Trip Fell's interesting. We have a kilobyte on him if you want to go back and find that.
And his name is actually Trip Cook, but we like calling him Trip Fell because it's fun to say. And his father was a Fell.
Thomas Vincent Fell III.
Episode 4, Black Hole Sun, is the one where we get all the 1994 flashbacks. It's mainly about Damon and his nonsense.
Yeah.
There are some fun little beats for Stefan, like when Damon shows up in 1994 and acknowledges that, hey, Damon, haven't seen you in 50 years since you stood me up at the train tracks at Lexi's behest. Speaking of Lexi, I hear you're making amends because apparently Lexi got some flowers 17 years after the fact for that time you left her to burn to death on the rooftop in New York.
As I've said many a time, the fact that nobody has killed him in response to any of these things that he's done, because these are all retroactive continuity.
Well, Lexi's not going to kill him. That's her best friend's brother.
Yeah. At a certain point, that restriction, now that they've decided to do that retcon about Lexi, I think she should have just killed him. I think she should have just gone. Stefan will get over it, actually. But that's just me.
Yeah, that's when we see Stefan introduce Damon to their relative Zach. Later on, we find out that Zach has a girlfriend, Gail, who's quite pregnant, who we've never seen before. Damon promises to behave and then doesn't, and kills a bunch of guests who are in Zach's house, and then feeds off of Gail and kills her too. I guess because he and Stefan had a fight earlier that episode. Because I think Damon was like, no, Stefan,
I'm
now
good
that we're
now.
Friendly again and I'm well behaved, let's go on a road trip and be brothers. And Stefan was like, well, no.
I have a life
in
here.
1912, you told me to drink human blood again and I fell off the wagon and became a ripper for a decade. In 1942, you almost triggered my addiction again because you were so needy and couldn't behave yourself around me. And then in 1977, you left my friend to burn to death on a rooftop when I sent her to you to help you.
To help you, you bastard! Just kill him.
And this confrontation happens because Damon has already been feeding on Gail on the sly. And
that's what I was going to say.
He's managed to get her and Zach off Vervain.
He's been feeding on people. He's feeding on people in town when Stefan specifically said not to. And then Stefan locks him in a shed and takes away his ring. It's a lot of rehashed beats from season 1. And after that, he breaks out.
What Damon will later on say in response right before he kills Gail is fully insane. He claims that, yeah, in 1912, I showed Stefan who he really was.
Yeah.
In 1942, I gave you your freedom when I ditched you at the train station, which I'm like, at least with that one flashback, that's already how the story was presenting it, because that was season 4's nonsense, so fine, whatever. And then in 1977, the reason I tried to kill Lexi is because it should have been you yourself coming after me, Stefan.
I've said the word many a time before about Damon, especially in the later seasons, that it's always so self-indulgent because they'll retcon in all these awful things and it's almost never about the people he's harmed. It's always about him throwing himself a pity party because I guess now he feels kind of icky. And I just don't care about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't.
Just in a Stefan episode, I must highlight the insane relationship that exists between him and his brother. So yeah, Damon snaps back to eternity of misery and then feeds on Gail, a pregnant woman. The cardinal sin in this show. The worst thing he's ever done.
Forget the mass murder. God. Forget the Confederacy, I guess.
But yeah, feeds on her, kills her in front of Zach, her baby daddy.
A woman of color.
Stefan is forced to erase all of Zach's memories of Gail and their unborn child. But he couldn't cover up all the other people that Damon killed at the party, all those murders. So the Founders Council was reactivated and Stefan had to leave Mystic Falls.
It's so awful. Ruins his life at every juncture. There's like 4 times in a single millennium. Like, not millennium, what's the word?
Century. But in the present, Stefan, because Elena tells him about the Sarah situation, she calls him to be like, this girl Sarah knows about vampires. That's going to cause some trouble. And Stefan's like, you're hectic, bro. Gets ready to skip town while he's on the call with her. Thankfully, she was nearby, so she catches him in the act. And he's like, look, I'm sorry. I need a new start now that Enzo has killed the girlfriend from my old new start. And Elena's like, oh my gosh, Stefan, how can you just go and move on after losing your brother, who I've never loved or cared about? And you can see Stefan slowly start to get more irritated with this thing. He's like, yeah, okay, Elena.
Okay. All right.
And then she says, listen, Stefan, if you can prove to me that your starting over system works, I'll leave you alone. Prove to me that you are in a good space, and then you can go. And he's like, cool. Takes her to the auto shop, shows her what he's been doing and how he constructs a brand new human life and how vampires in general have to do that when they're on the DL and not trying to make people realize they're not aging and whatnot.
It's a very cute episode.
Then they go to a bar. Elena's like, but you know, that's Sarah. She might still out me as a vampire. And Stefan's like, you know, if that happens, you can just start over. Here's a demonstration. And then we get some fun improv.
Thespians.
Where Stefan asks for her daylight ring and then loudly pretends to propose to her in this bar full of onlookers. And then Elena's like, because he calls her Elena Williams. And then she's like, yes, and Stefan Cooper, are you just proposing because I'm pregnant?
So, the choices
very
made
cute.
here are fascinating.
They have a little pantomime about how devoted they are to each other and how his life has improved through knowing her, and he proposes, and then she's like, oh yes, of course I'll marry you, Stefan Cooper, and then she slips on her own daylight ring and everybody claps.
Everybody clapped. And it's like, you know what? It's cute. Whatever. What are you gonna do?
It's cute. It's cute. Later on, Elena's like, hey, Enzo's missing, by the way. And Stefan's like, probably off killing someone else's girlfriend. I don't know.
So funny.
And I love that Elena then tries to drink her beer and Stefan's like, no, you just announced you were pregnant, remember?
Yeah, you
just like,
you are, yeah. Unfortunately, you have to maintain the improv.
She's like, yeah, that was a stupid lie. Can I take that one back? And Stefan's like, no, you can just reinvent yourself in the next 30 years. That's the fun thing that vampires get to do. And then Elena's like, if you reinvent yourself every 30 years, how come when we met, you told me that you'd last been in Mystic Falls 15 years earlier? I don't know when he told her this. I don't remember this scene. I remember him pretending that he was a child who had in Mystic Falls when they were younger.
I believe at some point, once she knows he's a vampire, he mentions that the last time he knew the council to have been active was 15 years prior, I believe. So that was meant to be the last time he was in town.
Okay.
It is weirdly, it loops back the fact that he is in Mystic Falls in 94 to something he says early in the show.
Okay. And she's like, what made you circle back to town ahead of schedule? And then Stefan's like, it's because I met you. And I was like, but that doesn't make sense. You were already in town when you saved her from drowning. What does this mean?
I guess the reason he stayed, because his implication when he first showed up is that he comes by every now and then to see family and then dips. But his choice to stay and make a life, like the choice to do it early, was because of Elena.
I see. That's fine. I'll allow it.
It's still a weird way to phrase it. I'll give you that.
Then he lists some of his careers that he's had over the years. And Elena's like, wow, it must be hard to have all that change without a constant in your life. Then she brings up Damon. And Stefan's like, yeah, it's weird to hear you refer to Damon as just my brother. And then it's like, what do you mean? And he's like, nothing. I'd like to propose a toast to change.
Funny.
So eventually they're like, okay, cool, we're done here. And then it's like, I'm satisfied that you'll be okay. If I run into you in like the next 30 years, am I supposed to pretend that we don't know each other? Or like, and Stefan's like, no. I'm avoiding Mystic Falls, not you. Which harsh when he highlighted that he needed to stay away from Caroline along with everyone else because they reminded him of Damon. But now he's like, no, Mystic Falls, not you. We can talk and you can visit and you're welcome to come to me for any car repairs. Elena's like, okay, Stefan, you look like girl who is going to be okay. So I'm going to leave you. Once she's gone, Stefan's like, cool, let me start a bar fight with some already ticked off patron who implies that I beat up his brother the other day. To which I reply, I beat up a lot of people these days. I don't know who you mean. Which one was he? The guy starts to kick Stefan's ass, which Stefan is obviously letting him do. And he's like, yeah, ha ha ha, is that all you got? Bleeding on the floor. And the guy's like, you sicko, are you getting off on this? To which I'm like, don't kink shame. But
I thought that was the implication, is that he gets into fights so that people can beat his ass and he can like flagellate somehow.
Yeah, that is what he's doing. Elena comes in and stops the fight and she's like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah. It is crazy.
Like, oh, I thought you left.
Doesn't wait like 2 minutes to go into his shit. It's like, you didn't want to let her drive out of state first? Damn.
She's literally like, I forgot my jacket, so I came back. What
and
are you
you're
doing?
already...
And Stefan's like, listen, that system I described where I start over, the bar fights are part of my system. And Lena's like, that's crazy. This is not a healthy coping mechanism, Stefan. Is like, listen here, I know you ain't talking about healthy coping mechanisms, Miss Elena Gilbert. Yeah, I'm about on my last nerve with you and the way you've been judging me today.
It is hilarious to have someone not remember why they shouldn't be able to judge you.
And then she's like, no, Stefan, like, let me comfort you and encourage you to fight through your grief. I think you're pushing me away because I know I never liked Damon, but you shouldn't be inflicting this on yourself for a person as hateful as Damon was. He doesn't deserve your grief. Which as an aside, so I will say, that's crazy to say, Elena. I know you have no Damon memories. That's crazy to say to someone that your dead brother doesn't deserve your grief.
No, I think she's real and right for that. And frankly, the fact that she's gonna have to negotiate a way out of this still without memories is wild. I am having so much catharsis through No Memory Elena.
The thing is, she's trying to rise above it and be like, listen, I never liked that Damon guy.
Right.
But my amicable ex who I care about did love his brother and he mattered a lot to him and I understand why he's upset. And then all of a sudden she's like, actually he sucked and he doesn't deserve your grief. I'm like, Elena, how is that gonna help?
Well, that's the thing, is that watching Stefan tear himself apart for that guy, now having your eyes open to who that guy was, I would say the same shit. I'd be like, I don't think he's worth all this, buddy. I'd like to remind you of the laundry list of shit he's pulled in general and also directly to you. I just need you to reflect.
Elena will later on read like a little journal entry she left herself pre-memory erasure to remind herself why she did this. And I'm like, I wish that the you that didn't have memories had left the other you a little journal entry to be like, right, this is why Damon sucks.
Just try by the way, because I know if you get your memories back, you're going to be blinders again. But I need you to know that guy sucks. From me to me.
So Stefan's like, well, I'm sorry, Elena. I can't just forget Damon like some people are. And Elena's like, look, no one is forgetting Damon. I'm not saying that. And Stefan's like, girl, okay, this is boring now. Alaric compelled all of your good memories away of Damon and the knowledge of your entire romance because you couldn't handle the grief of losing him. There, I said it. And Elena's like, no, that sounds crazy. How could I be in love with someone like Damon? And then what happens next is repulsive. Stefan then admits that, yeah, for the longest time I asked myself that exact question, but eventually I saw it. Damon inspired you and pushed you to own the darkest parts of yourself. And when you died, Damon was the only one who could make you feel alive again. And, Elena, you made Damon feel human. You loved Damon for the same reasons that I loved Damon. Because in spite of every single thing that he did, we both couldn't live without him. So a lot to unpack there. Firstly, Damon inspired her? How? To do what? When? What inspiration did he give her? Damon pushed her to own the darkest parts of herself? They've been saying this since season 3. What dark parts? There's no aspect of Elena that is darker post-vampirism or post-season 2 that Damon encourages her to accept. It's not like Elena has this aspect of herself, but she's like, oh no, this is so shameful and dirty. And Damon's like, no, you're beautiful. It's not like Elena is the one with the creepy vampire face and Damon's saying, no, you don't have to hide that, face from me. You're beautiful.
I love you as you are.
The show will always say that, oh, Damon made her question who she was and embrace the darkness. I'm like, what darkness? Feeding on people? The thing she has to do as a vampire? Or at least drinking blood?
What is that game you have to play with a group of people? You draw a picture.
Pictionary?
And then you pass it to somebody, and then they describe the picture in words, and then they pass it to the next person, and then they have to draw the picture. And you have to go through all the people who are doing that until it gets to the last person, and then you compare the last one to the first one and see how close you got. Almost like a broken telephone
That
sort
sounds
of thing.
super fun. I've never heard of that before, and now I really want to play.
I can't remember the name of the game. There's like a digital version. I think the digital one's called Gartic Phone. And then there's like a board game version with like little cards that you can draw with markers. Anyway, that's what the writers were playing season by season in the Vampire Diaries. As pertains to
with
this
a lot of
whole
things,
shit.
actually.
Yeah,
that's
certainly.
the best way to describe this show.
But with this specifically, I think subsequently seeing just the overhead tagline of that pairing and just running with it. And listen, they don't have the time to go watch each prior season episode by episode to like catch up on the minute beats, but they don't know that the like supposed thing they were trying to sell about Delena was not sold well. So they must just assume that that's true. From that line of dialogue that was said about Damon and Elena, this must hold true. So we're running with it. So, as far as the season 6 writers are concerned, that's what happened.
Damon was the only one who could make her feel alive again. I'm like, did she feel dead? She was struggling with bloodlust and the sire bond was making it worse. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know how much further we can get into that, but the last thing I'll say is the arc of season 1 and 2 is that Elena felt dead and then came back to life, and it was with Stefan. So that's, interesting.
So another thing that they take away from Stefan and give to Elena, and now insult to injury, because Stefan is over her, much like the end of season 5, he gets to be a champion for Delena. He is
always.
now to Delena as Caroline was to Stelena.
Right.
He's the number one fan.
And you know what? Good for them. You have no better champion than the enabler himself, Stefan Salvatore.
Gosh. Also, because he's saying this is something you and I have in common. We love Damon because in spite of everything he did, we couldn't live without him. I'm like, I think you've got that backwards. I think you couldn't live without him in spite of everything he did because you love him. That doesn't explain why you love him.
Rarely anything ever cute about, like, when you really get down to it, about these relationships. It's just awful.
Yeah.
He could decimate an entire country, but you know what? Can't live without him, can ya? It's Damon.
My brother. What did you say about my brother? Stefan's theme song, honestly.
How dare you indict my brother?
So yeah, he's like, listen, you erased your memories. I'm trying to erase my life. You do it your way, I'll do it mine.
And you know what? Fair.
Elsewhere, Sarah tells Jeremy, I found this picture of Zach and Gail from the 1990s, and I have this picture of Gail with me in utero. These are my birth parents, and I guess I'm a Salvatore? What?
Whoa, this is crazy.
My name's Sarah Salvatore, and my life is kind of crazy.
So this is my mom, and my mom met my dad. And then they had me. Hi, I'm Sarah.
This is my great half uncle Damon, who tried to murder me in utero. And this is his brother, who arranged my adoption. Except actually that's not the story Monique is telling. She's saying she's been bumped around foster homes.
Right. So suffice it to say, Thanksgiving is crazy.
At the end of the episode, Ivy comes to Stefan being like, surprise, Enzo fed me vampire blood before killing me, so now I'm a vampire. Which takes us into episode 5, where Stefan has the audacity, the gall, and the gumption. Decides, actually, Ivy's not coping being a newbie vamp. I've got an idea. I'm going to go to Whitmore and get Luke Parker to make her a daylight ring. But in the interim, I'm going to leave her with Caroline because I can't deal with her. Caroline is immediately like, this is your mess, not my mess, because, she's still quite pissed off at Stefan. There are vampire hunters on the loose as well. I don't need a newbie vampire. Stefan's like, no, actually the vampire hunters came to Savannah because Enzo has been captured. I was hoping he was dead, but Tripp didn't do that. And now Enzo has directed him to Savannah, Georgia, where I was. So actually the vampire hunters are there. But you are right. Hunters running around is a bad idea, which means it's not good for our secret if this newbie vampire is out here being all, lack of control. So why don't you give her a crash course on, how to be a good functional vampire, because you're so good at it. And she's like, bitch, don't flatter me, shut up. And he's like, you just do that for a few hours while I go get Luke to make a daylight ring. And Caroline's like, I'm not pleased by this. And Stefan's like, if you do this, you'll never have to deal with me again. Which actually hurts her, because she's like, oh wow, is that what you think I want? To never have to deal with you again? And he's like, I don't know, you tell me. So she's like, okay, fine, I'll babysit and vamp train Ivy. Ivy gives her the slip because she wants to go out and Caroline won't let her, so she snaps her neck. Caroline calls Stefan, repeatedly leaving messages for him that Ivy has gone AWOL. Stefan, meanwhile, has gotten the daylight ring from Luke and then goes to speak to Alaric. And then suddenly Alaric is in a mood.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, much like Enzo, how could you give up on Damon?
I actually don't. I don't know where it's coming from, and I don't care for it. I'm so tired of...
Because I think Stefan asks Alaric, hey, can you compel Ivy to behave and just be fine? Which, wild, but I guess if you have the power to make someone not be an unruly vampire, just compel her to not give into the bloodlust. And I guess the opposite of what Klaus is making me do. Also compel her to forget about me and let me go, because I want to run away. And Alaric is like, no, that's messed up, but we're not going to dwell on that. What we're going to dwell on is the fact that you gave up on Damon. How could you, Stefan? The last thing Alaric says before he shoos Stefan off is, get out of my face before I compel you to be the guy you used to be.
You've changed, man.
Which I guess is Stefan's arc in these first few episodes. That it's like, Stefan, how the mighty hath fallen.
She's like
what's going on?
Okay, I guess. Why not? I don't know. Maybe this is a very reasonable plot line and I'm just being whatever. It's just weird.
It's fine. I don't mind seeing Stefan do stuff that disappoints his friends.
It's just so much.
It's an understandable thing. It's not like it's a toxic development that he will spend the rest of the show circling back to, like some people we know in this universe. So yeah, having a flaw that is like it's explained and then worked through and there's growth and change, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and at least it's relating, it's like subsequent to a thing that's happened, like a traumatic thing that's happened. And it is out of character, I suppose, intentionally.
Ivy attacks someone and struggles not to drink him to death, and she tells him to run away. Stefan later on meets Caroline at the spot where Ivy nearly ate this dude, and Caroline's like, you took your sweet damn time getting to the message that I left you. And he's like, okay, to be honest, I was actually halfway out of town when I listened to your voicemail. She's like, what? He's like, full disclosure, I was gonna ditch you with Ivy. I had slipped the daylight ring under your bedroom door, but I did not want to deal with her. And I was like, I think you'll be fine. Understandably, Caroline is disgusted at this behavior. I'm like, damn, Stefan, really?
Yeah.
You came crawling back to her to ask for her help when you needed something from her after mistreating her. And even in that favor, you mistreated her again.
Yeah.
But hey, Stefan is like, listen, my actions are still justified because I'm grieving and trying to start over. And then he's like, listen, all of my current problems are because of you and Enzo. Which...
I don't know, man.
I'm like, I think more so Enzo. I mean, I guess he means current problems as in Ivy and the hunters. And I'm like, more so Enzo than Caroline. Caroline didn't do anything.
Caroline wasn't even trying to come to Savannah, Georgia.
Then Caroline says, about a month ago, I wished Damon would be back because that would mean I'd get you back too, Stefan. But now I just want you to get back in your car and leave. So he does.
He gets in his car and he leaves. Here's what it is. This is what I'm upset about. Because, okay, a realistic response, whatever, to grief, whatever. This is the start of their relationship. Maybe not their relationship, but their ship at the very least. This is the beginning. Everyone else gets such a romantic start. And this is the shit they have to go through at the beginning? Get out of my face. No romantic night watching a comet. No salacious stolen glances at a Motel 6 with Florence at the Machine playing. No, it's just gotta be this. Just Stefan being the absolute worst to Caroline, who is clawing, trying her best to maintain this bond. Like,
considering they were already friends, it's an interesting narrative to be like, these people are already close and he's mistreating her, not as a lover, but as a friend, mistreating her within the framework of that friendship. And since we can see what the trajectory is, it's like, where do we go from here? How will this evolve, if at all, into some semblance of romance? And how is that underlying romantic whatever affecting how both of them are behaving in this situation?
yeah, I'm just not happy, which is, I mean, I imagine the intent, so I guess they succeeded.
Well, I guess you get even less happy at the end of this episode because Damon comes back. I mean, good for them. It's a nice moment. They all they're all huggy and having manly tears. And yay for them.
Hooray. One other nice thing I'll say about this episode is the thought that Stefan and Luke communicate off screen. I like the idea of those two being friends. In fact, I like the idea that Luke low-key is kind of into Stefan but would never say anything because he's cool like that. It's cute.
Episode 6. What happens in this episode?
Is this the episode where Rick gets turned back into a human?
Yes, it's this episode. And even that is more about the Delena of it all. Because like, oh no, how will Elena get her erased memories back now? I do like that when Damon comes to see her and speaks to her through the door of her dorm and then opens the door, she vamp speeds out and we get like the open window shot. And then the next scene is her telling Stefan on the phone what happened. And Stefan's like, seriously? You jumped out of a window? What if someone saw you? And I was like, Stefan, not only have you done this move yourself in a place as public as a hospital, no less.
Season 1, episode 3, you did that.
But this is the signature vampire move. I'm like, why are you acting shocked?
God, I guess it's because it's the dirk of this Delena situation. It's like, ooh, hijinks. And it's like, I don't give a shit.
But I think this is also the episode where he finally admits that he handed Enzo over to Tripp.
Yeah.
And then he and Caroline have to go get Enzo back because Enzo told Matt, it would be a shame if under my interrogation and torture I just told Tripp and his cronies about all the vampires that are part of the Mystic Falls gang. Caroline is like annoyed that he sold Tripp out, which again I'm like,
okay,
when did you start caring? Okay.
Matt says that too. He's like, sorry, I can't keep track of which vampires we like all of a sudden. Like, because she's mad at Matt for not mentioning that he's been in Tripp's care. And it's like, we like Enzo now? When?
We needed someone to fill that British villain void after Klaus left to New Orleans.
If you can't even call him a villain, what is he doing? What's his master plan? What are his motivations? I don't know. Damon comes back this episode. I don't think him and Enzo interact. I don't think they do until episode 18.
They don't.
Of the season.
They don't, which is weird because it's like, oh, Enzo was bitter because his best friend Damon was gone and Stefan gave up on Damon. And it's like, okay, and then Damon comes back and Stefan is still the fixation of Enzo's entire storyline this season.
Right. And by the way, between that first episode and now when Damon's back, Enzo did not make a single effort to look for Damon. So... Again, sounds like you just wanted to ruin Stefan's shit and then you kept finding excuses to do it. In fact, when Damon came back, he was like, damn it, my excuse is gone. Now why do I attack Stefan now?
They eventually get to the holding cell or shed or whatever where Enzo's meant to be, but he's already gone because Tripp has taken him to drive him over the town line. He also gets Damon at some point, so Stefan and Alaric have to go and rescue them. That's how Alaric ends up being flung over the line when they get into a little car accident, along with Tripp and his van, which Enzo and Damon are in. So Stefan has to heroically drag himself across the borderline, suffering his gunshot wound and having the magic of his vampirism undone. But eventually he manages to save Damon and Enzo. Oh, Damon does show a modicum of interest in Enzo's existence. He tells Stefan to save Enzo first, or at least release Enzo first from his chains. And then the three of them all manage to get back across.
Yeah.
So, yay!
Yeah, good for Enzo, I guess. And you know what? Now that this Damon grief era is finally done, Stefan's back to himself, I guess. Because he immediately goes into hero mode. So... I guess that's nice.
Too little too late, though, because he goes to speak to Caroline, and he's like, what do I need to do so we can be friends again? And Caroline's like, after all of us, I don't want to be friends anymore, bruh.
Fair.
Yeah.
Very fair. I would be alarmed if that wasn't your response after this shit.
Next episode. Do you remember the first time? It's Tripp's turn to be interrogated by Stefan, Enzo, and Matt. They want to find out where the rest of his cronies are. He tells them that, his men are tracking vampires, like Caroline Forbes, who he now knows is a vampire because of Ivy's phone, which he held on to after he killed her. Stefan goes to speak to Caroline and Whitmore and is like, hey, just letting you know it's not safe because Tripp's men know who you are. And she's like, I don't need you to protect me. Then her mom calls her and is like, hey, I've been snatched by Tripp's men who say they will shoot me in the head if you don't hand Tripp over. So then they have to do a hostage exchange. While they're coordinating this, Caroline continues to be snippy in front of Enzo and Stefan. She's snappy at both of them, actually. And then Enzo's like, I see. With my powers of deduction, I can see that you obviously have feelings for Stefan. And then he leaves because he's so emotionally intelligent he was the one who needed to put that out there. I hate that he's the one that finally says it.
You said that before. Why do you dislike that? I never got I never clocked what the reason is.
So
oh, that's it. Fair enough. That is understandable.
It's Enzo of all people. This would be like if Terry the Trumpeter came from New Orleans to tell Caroline and Tyler that they're clearly vibing in season 2. I'm like, who are you? Go away.
I hear you. Well, it's Caroline's best friend, obviously, as you know, so he's aware of her moods and her intricacies.
Caroline's like, we're not discussing that. Let's just pretend we didn't hear that.
I love how wide Stefan's eyes are in that moment.
His eyes are wide. His brows are flat.
His brows are not flat. His brows are arching for their lives.
He has very expressive brows. Mm-hmm. But they go make the exchange. Matt's there too. Tripp is killed crossing the borderline. It's such a gag. Enzo, you ate with that one thing.
He did. It's his one trick, but sometimes it really hits. It pops off.
Turned him into a vampire, so he dies when he crosses the line, which shocks everyone. Caroline takes Liz to the hospital to make sure she's okay. She continues to ice Stefan out, but when she steps away briefly, Stefan's like, hey Liz, please help me.
I'm in the doghouse, babe. I need some assistance.
And Liz is like, hey, that's my daughter. I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Fair, Liz.
I hope you work it out, but I can't.
I like that she likes him, though.
Then Caroline pulls him aside and is like, hey, don't ask my mother for her opinions, please. And he's like, oh, you heard that? And she's like, I have super hearing. I can hear everything.
You idiot.
What the hell? And then Stefan is like, okay, why did you develop feelings for me? And she's like, what kind of question is that? I developed feelings for you because I thought you were worth developing feelings for. And then she lists all these reasons why he's amazing. She's like, I became a vampire and I struggled to adjust and you told me I was going to get through it. And I did. And when I watched Elena move on from you with Damon, I couldn't imagine how Elena could let someone like you go because you are one of my best friends and I trusted you. That last one might be part of the reason that I don't particularly like Stereline because they were friends. But outside of that, I'm like, I think that is a cute thing to build a romance on because you were friends and you trusted each other. That's nice. Stefan is like, I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. And Caroline says, well, maybe you just didn't feel it back. And he's like, no.
That's not what I said.
I don't know what I felt. I was all messed up. My head wasn't right. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you. And Caroline's like, no, I think you didn't feel the same way because if you felt even a tiny piece of what I had felt for you, you never would have walked away. So then she's like, hey, I forgive you, but I still hate you because I have to hate you for ruining our friendship because if I don't hate you, then I'll hate myself. And I deserve better than
fair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love what she says in that episode. It's really good. It is a lot to put. I mean, it's not a lot because of how he's treated you these past couple episodes. But sans that, it is a lot to put on him, romantically speaking, and then expect him to immediately have an answer, especially given that they have been friends for so long.
Yeah.
The general understanding of relationships that form from friendships, there's always that crossing that you have to make that is very hard to make for a lot of people because it's like there's the possibility that you make that jump and then it doesn't work and then now you've messed up a really good friendship. There's the possibility that you make that jump and the other person doesn't feel the same and then same outcome. But then also it's like even if you both feel the same way, it's like, well, how do we navigate shifting from that platonic to the non-platonic? It's not something everyone can navigate. So leave alone that just to be like, Now navigate your feelings for me and tell me immediately if there's even an ounce of romance in there. It's like, I don't know if he can do that in one afternoon, but fair.
She's like, hey, the last time I had a close friend who started to fall for me, he kissed me on my doorstep.
You know what?
The minute he realized what he felt.
That's true. There's a precedent. Unfortunately, Tyler was very certain.
Episode 8, Fade Into You, is Thanksgiving, or Friendsgiving, as Caroline and Elena are calling it, and Stefan is not invited by Caroline, which peeves him the whole episode.
We finally reached the funny bit of the fight, which I appreciate. Like, episode 7 and episode 8 are the like, okay, we can kind of have some levity with the fact that Stefan is rightfully in the doghouse. So that's nice.
Because I think Damon and Alaric have to excuse themselves, and Stefan's like, wait, you guys got an invite?
And they're like, ooh, sorry, but it's like, Damon, you who's not even remembered by your loved one and is not liked by the person running the party, even you got an invite? Wild.
In any event, Stefan, Damon, and Alaric are on their road trip to Oregon to find out about the Gemini Coven's ascendant thingy and Kai and all that nonsense. When they arrive, they're speaking about the Caroline of it all, and Damon's like, hey, you should just date Caroline already and put us all out of our misery. And Stefan's like, we're just friends. I don't think of her that way. So now he's giving an answer, at least to Damon. He's claiming he doesn't think of her that way. And then Damon, of all people, starts listing all Caroline's good qualities. Stefan is like, well, she's my friend. And Damon's like, yeah, and she'd make a great girlfriend for you. Alaric also agrees, although he lists Caroline's history with Damon as being a con rather than a pro. Whereas Damon's like, no, that shows she has great taste.
I don't think I can ever engage in the levity for that. I'm sorry. I know we're all 5 seasons removed from it, but still.
It's post-retcon. We made it go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually they find the Parker house. It's because Damon is teasing Stefan for not realizing that Caroline was obviously into him, and now he's ruined their friendship. And Stefan, irritated, drop kicks Bonnie's teddy bear, which is currently holding all her magic, into what looks like an open field, and that's how it hits the cloaked house and makes it visible.
Very silly, and I
just
love
thought
it.
that was funny.
It's very silly, and it's my favorite moment. No, actually, my favorite moment is when they meet Papa Parker, and then the scene turns into a Dutch angle because he doesn't like Damon and he's about to kill him with magic. That's really fun.
Papa Parker doing a lot in this scene. He's mainly speaking to Damon, though, once he invisiquates him and brings him inside. But Stefan and Alaric are like, oh no, the house disappeared again, so I guess we're stuck. Alaric phones Joe, and Stefan calls Elena. And he's like, hey, how come I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving? And then it's like, hey, I have to be on Caroline's side. I'm sorry, but I am hoping that you guys can just kiss and make up. And then she's like, on an unrelated note, when did you know that you could trust me with the secret of my vampirism? Because I've been seeing Liam, and I don't want to lie to him.
God.
And Stefan's like, oh, that's easy. I was in love with you, and I wanted you to know everything. And I guess the purpose of that conversation is for Elena to realize she does not love Liam, so I guess she should go back to Damon, who she doesn't remember loving. Great.
I mean... Once it's attached to Damon, you lose me. But irrespective of that, man, she was not into Liam like that. Let's not even pretend.
That's true. I think she was rushing things, because Caroline was like, it's fine if you want to just erase his memories of the stuff that's making him suspicious. And she's like, no, I'm into him. I don't want to, like, build something on a lie. And I was like, Elena, you can't out your vampirism to every person you date.
Yeah,
because you don't know where the relationship might go.
Like, by now, I mean, I understand that she's a new-ish vampire, but she's lived around vampires. It seems like a silly learning moment for her this late in the game to be like, sometimes you have to. If you want to continue living in this place, you're gonna have to compel some people because they see things. Otherwise, you can't live in human society, babe.
Truly.
Sorry.
And the thing that made Liam suspicious of her anyway is that he caught her saving a life.
Saving a life. It's not even a bad vampire thing you were doing. It's a good vampire thing. And still, you have to do it. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble.
Eventually, Papa Parker starts attacking Joe long range with magic. And she has to invite Rick and Stefan into her house over the phone so that they can stop him. They still can't see the house, but they find her knife that she buried on the property ages ago with her magic in it. And Stefan flings it at the house and makes it visible. And he goes inside and saves Damon just in time from being staked. And then Papa Parker turns invisible and runs away.
I don't know why. He's the leader of the Gemini Coven. I feel like he could have snapped all of their necks, but, you know. Whatever, I guess.
Stefan is there to witness Damon compel Rick to get the ascendant from Joe, which is what he'll be up to in the next episode. He doesn't really approve, but he also doesn't stop Damon, and I'm like, we're so back.
We're so back, babe. He's alive again, and Stefan's enabling him again. Woo!
He goes to see Caroline at the end of the episode, and she has some leftovers packed for him. So that's nice. When you're in the
cute.
doghouse, you still get a doggy bag.
You've got to get a
guess.
snack. You need to keep the dog alive. Listen. This metaphor's getting weird.
Stefan's like, I've had some growth and some realization, and when Damon was gone, I pushed you away. I see that now. And Caroline's like, yeah, you pushed everyone away. That's what you do. And I was like, whoa, that's what he does? Okay, I mean, that's what he did. I don't know if it's what he does.
I don't know if
this is
it's
an
not
established
a pattern. Yeah, I think that's a bit. She's actually very vocal. Well, I mean, she would, even as friends, he's like very upfront about his feelings. I was going to say she wouldn't be privy to his communication with Elena when they were in a relationship in which he was quite vulnerable. But even in his friendship with Caroline to this point, he's been very vulnerable with her. So I don't know what that is.
She's hurt.
That's, fair.
Stefan says, no, I pushed you away more than anyone else because I knew you were the one who would sit with me and let me cry. And I just didn't want to cry anymore. So I left. And Caroline's like, cool. Thank you for telling me this, really. And he's like, okay. And she's like, no, enjoy the leftovers. Bye.
Well, no, you're framing that differently. That's not what happened.
No, I mean, he clearly has more to say. And she's like, no, we've had a nice moment.
It's not that. It was a moment of tension that she didn't know what to do with. And then she left it because she was like, okay, cool, bye. And then she leaves. It's like kind of half.
Was it a moment of tension? I just thought she felt like, I think the conversation is over now. And
that's why I'm like, I need to cut in because you're not looking for that is the problem. You don't care about that, so you're not gonna see it.
Oh, I see. With the eyes of a Steroline shipper.
Right.
You have seen what I missed. I understand.
Now that she says, oh, thank you for saying that, like, it doesn't erase the last 6 episodes of shitty behavior, but at least now I can understand that behavior. What it means ultimately is that, okay, that's how you think of me from the people in your life who are like loved ones. I am the one. And then it's like, whoa, wait, what are the implications of that? And then it's like, nope, can't deal with that now. I still technically hate you. I have to leave this conversation. Because Stefan has I might say something else, but it might pertain to the discussion we just had at the hospital where Caroline was like, yes, I have feelings for you. And we cannot deal with that now. So, gotta leave.
I see. That would be a blind spot for me, I guess.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm trying to handle this ship with as much grace as possible.
Doing really well. I must commend you. I've not heard any jabs. If they were, my brain has blocked them out.
In episode 9, I Alone, Sarah is up to nonsense. She's been telling Matt and Jeremy about how she's such a Salvatore.
I want to know the family traditions.
So she's speaking to Matt about that in public, and then Enzo overhears them discussing her relation to the Salvatores, and that is the beginning of the end of this arc.
Because he was waiting for something else connected to Stefan. The only reason he's been dipped for like 2 episodes is because he doesn't have an excuse.
This is the metal has been mined. Mm-hmm. It will eventually be smelted and tempered and turned into a blade that will just ruin the Sarah Salvatore arc, plunged into her heart, as far as season 8, in fact.
Right, for the rest of the show.
The
this is truly like Cassandra. We must now sit here and tell stories of something that could have been avoided.
Then Stefan himself shows up, and Sarah's like, hi, I'm Sarah Salvatore, your distant relative. And he's like, oh my gosh, Sarah, I have a distant great half-niece. Cool.
How you living,
wow.
girl? Let's get to chatting.
Let's get to chatting. I'm just going to turn on this blender and just make us something real quick while Matt and Enzo sit over there being strange bench fellows. And as soon as the thing is going, he's like, okay, cool. So you're going to smile and act normal and act like everything's fine. We're going to get up and leave because I know you're not Sarah Salvatore. And she's like, oh. And
Ooh, she thought she was being slick.
She gets up and they go outside after she tells Matt, no, it's fine, we're just going for a walk. Everything's fine, Matt. Because Matt is like, I guess, her bodyguard and confidant at this point in the story. But Stefan's like, I know exactly where the real Sarah Salvatore is because I made sure that she was adopted right out of the hospital by a good family, whatever that means. I've secretly been looking out for her whole life. I never told Zach about her because I was just trying to keep her safe. I made Zach forget all about her and Gail, and I was always worried Damon might be a danger to her.
Right.
And even now that he's a good boy and apparently not the monster he used to be,
I'm still not gonna tell him.
yeah, it's still just better if I keep this on lock.
It's crazy that that's the implication. Is I'm like, no, I'm still gonna tell Damon because at some point in his life he may decide for some emotional need he needs fulfilled, he must kill this girl.
And honestly, I'm like, yeah, Damon killed Aaron Whitmore.
Yep.
Damon snapped Jeremy's neck.
Yep.
Damon killed Lexi. You are safest if he doesn't know you exist. Because
Thank
you never know what
you.
mood he's going to be in. Fake Sarah is like, okay, my name is Monique. The foster home stuff was true. One of my foster parents hated me so much, she sent me to camp, not because she thought it would be fun, but because she wanted to get me away from the house. And then I met the real Sarah Salvatore there, and she told me she was adopted, but she had no interest in her birth family. And I guess this camp was when she was a child, so she clung to this information
Kinda
for years.
wild. I guess in my head it was some sort of like late teen camp from a couple years ago.
I mean, even then, she's like, yeah, I went to camp when I was 15, and now that I'm 19, because Sarah, the real Sarah is in university
college.
studying. Stefan says she's an arts major, so I'm like, yeah, so she's older than 18. So I guess Monique was like, yeah, I'm just gonna, one day, when I have time, I'm gonna go and find this girl's birth family.
Assume she hasn't changed her mind in the 3 years I've not seen her. And we'll be good.
Actually.
Because people never change their minds about that sort of thing.
She's like, no, she said she wasn't interested, no takebacks now, and insinuate myself into this family. That you guys turned out to be wealthy vampires. Obviously, I didn't see that coming. And Stefan's like, well, anyway, it's very obvious that you can't now just keep on with this information. And he steps towards her and she steps back and he's like, no, I'm not going to hurt you, don't worry. But I am going to take away your memories. Stefan, I wish you'd planned this better because you know Enzo and Matt had this girl in their orbit. So to then compel her to immediately leave town and forget all about Sarah Salvatore. I'm like, no, what you should have said is, you're gonna tell Enzo and Matt you're leaving town, and once you have left and severed ties with them, then you will forget all about Sarah Salvatore.
That's fair. I don't think he was expecting Enzo to immediately chase after him about something that didn't concern him at all. I think that might be the outlier here. I think not in any of the eventualities he was planning for was that Enzo St. John would come to see what was going on with him and his great niece.
Stefan, if you hadn't realized by now this man is obsessed with you, I guess you've been busy with Sterile stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to pass that one out. Yeah, she dies, I guess.
Yeah, Enzo shows up and is like, I know you've been lying, Stefan. Tell me the truth or I'll murder this innocent girl. While Matt is standing there like, what? And then Stefan's like, listen, I'm not lying. Matt sees that she's been compelled and is like, you compelled her? Which of course makes Stefan look more suspicious. So Enzo's like, okay, 3, 2, 1, snap, kills her, and then leaves. Stefan is obviously like, I didn't want an innocent person to die, man. Honestly, I was not gonna out Sarah. To Enzo of all people. No. And then he has this weird brief convo with Matt where he's like, I am nothing like Enzo. He's a monster and a killer. And Matt is like, oh, really? You're not that different. You vampires will always consider human lives expendable. We're always second to you. And I'm like, Matt? What are you saying?
So Matt's having a plot. We have to let Matt have a plot line. Let him say it.
Okay, Matt.
Let him have his arc.
Even though when it's a timeline fave like Elena and Caroline, you never have an issue with them. But when it's Stefan, then it's like, no, Stefan's just as evil as Damon and Enzo. And I'm like, why? Because he's a boy? Because you didn't grow up with him? Because he's outlived his natural human lifespan? Like, what? What's the issue here?
Here's what I'll say on that, because it's a Stefan episode. Don't super care about what Matt is saying. But there comes a time where we'll have to discuss this from Matt's perspective. I do have thoughts.
I think this is also the same episode where Enzo, for his part, I guess he planted the seed by telling Matt that, oh no, Stefan is just as bad as I am. And Matt's like, no, you go around like killing people, you're a murderer. And he's like, oh, and Stefan doesn't. And I was like,
no.
Enzo, you're missing out a key detail. When Stefan kills people, it's either a last resort or because he's a ripper fugue because of his literal blood addiction.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as you killing people willy-nilly.
So Enzo, like most Stefan detractors, are under the impression that so long as there is death, there is equivalence across the board in terms of intent and state of being. And from where we're sitting trying to compare these characters on like an objective point of view, that's silly. From Matt's perspective, as the one human left in this friend group and a human trying to protect the humans in town, there's a bit more weight to it.
That's fair. Fair for you, Matt, although I will say, as this hatred of vampires deepens, it never seems to affect Caroline.
It will in season 8, but by season 8, it's like, who cares?
By season 8, he's a cop. He's
Right.
not thinking clearly.
Right. By season 8, he's vampire profiling.
But yeah, the Enzo of it all just irritates me. Enzo is so annoying, and the worst part of this season is that Enzo is tied inextricably to the Stefan storyline. He's not doing anything else. And looking back, you're like, why are you not bothering Damon?
Right.
Damon's your bestie. You start off the season asserting he's your best friend, and that's why you're mad at Stefan.
I cannot stress, listener, how there is not a single scene between Damon and Enzo in this season, except for the bachelor party that Rick and Joe are having. Well, Rick is having a bachelor party, Joe's having a bachelorette. Enzo and Damon speak once. They are best friends by each of their assertion.
I guess they were both tied up in Tripp's van together before they got rescued.
Well, they got to...
Episode 10, Christmas Through Your Eyes. Liz, trying to mend other people's fences, invites Stefan over to help her and Caroline decorate Caroline's dorm for Christmas.
Cute.
Caroline's like, I can see what you're doing, Mom. Then things suddenly take a turn when Liz collapses and has to be taken to the hospital. After some doctors examine her, Stefan and Elena, who has shown up at that point, overhear that Liz has terminal cancer and an inoperable tumor. Elena's like, okay, well, I guess now that we know, I'm going to go tell Caroline because I don't want her to hear from some doctor. And Stefan's like, no, I should be the one to tell her because the last time she needed me, I ran away. Which... okay, sure, Stefan. So he does tell her, and she's like, okay, cool, we'll heal her with vampire blood. And he's like, no, I don't think that our blood can heal cancer, because I feel like if that was the cure for cancer, we would have heard by now. So then Caroline starts to list normal medical science ways of fighting this cancer, and Stefan's like, well, no, the doctors and the writers of the show have already decreed that none of that stuff is likely to work in this particular scenario. So Caroline breaks down and cries, and it's really sad. That's kind of it. At the end of the episode, Stefan gives Damon his old car back, the one that Damon blew up when he and Elena crashed it into the Mystic Grill at the end of season 5. He had been working on it all this time that Damon was missing and presumed dead. So that's nice,
Congrats.
I guess.
Damon gets a free car. Not high on the list I get excited about.
I like that Damon's car is blue.
And Stefan's car is
Stefan's
red.
car is red.
Which
it's
is
the
kind
red
of
dragon and the blue dragon.
It's kind of an opposite to... Well, actually, I don't remember who was who in that Avatar
The blue
episode.
dragon was the evil one speaking with Azula's voice. I guess because she's got the blue flame. And the red dragon was the good one speaking with Uncle Iroh's voice.
Yeah, I guess that's maybe it's an East v West perspective of... No, but red is an unlucky color, right? In Chinese culture.
In China, red is lucky.
Oh, is lucky. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Then that's what it is. It must be an East v West thing because from the Western perspective, you'd assume blue being more cooling, more calming. It's usually used for like more inviting colors. Like you'd think the protagonist would have that and the red would be the villain. Interesting.
Stefan said, we're pulling from other cultures as this show often does. So well. Episode 11, Woke Up with a Monster. They're going to look at the cancer research at Duke, which is the only university apart from Whitmore that this show knows.
Yes, it's a couple states over, but it's the only relevant hospital we need.
But while he's there, he tracks down Sarah Nelson, which is the adoptive surname of his niece, Sarah Salvatore. When whom shall the wind blow in? But our beloved Enzo Cincha.
It's such a sweet moment of him like watching his only living family left, like, be in her element as she shows off her photography and her art, and he's like smiling proudly as almost a dad would. And literally the camera pans as this, suddenly I hear this annoying grating and it pans over and there's Enzo standing next to him with a drink.
That is one of my favorite favorite internet memes. I'm just trying to sit back, relax, and enjoy my evening when all of a sudden I hear this irritating, grating voice.
It's so, like, he steps into a scene and the vibe immediately becomes rancid. You have to be like, what is he even doing here? What's gonna get messed up now? I hate this.
This is your fault, Ian Somerhalder. You insisted this character stick around.
Again, happy Michael Malarkey had work. I hate this character, though.
It's not Michael's fault at all. No, Michael.
It's
of
not.
course.
He seems very lovely and he's so beautiful. Not his fault at all.
What a pity. What does Enzo do again? Because he doesn't yet know who she is. Does he suspect right away? Or
He
is he
figures
just
it
fishing?
out. It's pretty clear that, like, oh, we're here at... Well, first of all, Enzo's followed them here. He was like, yo, cherry red car on the highway interstate. And I was like, okay, you're a creep. Followed them to North Carolina. Is at Duke now. It's very clear that that is the real Sarah Salvatore. Otherwise, why else is Stefan staring at this mixed race girlie who's at UD? And then he's like, oh, well, suddenly I've decided that you keeping this from your brother is just you trying to keep him on a leash. And it's like, what?
Which makes
What are we talking
no
about?
sense. Why is it that every issue Enzo has with Stefan, he frames as being on behalf of Damon? Damon doesn't care.
One, Damon doesn't care. Two, Enzo hasn't spoken to Damon at all. So, not from every angle, it makes no sense.
If I was Stefan, I'd be like, why don't you go hang out with Damon, who you apparently love so much?
I think he
Go
says
give
that
him
in
relationship
this
advice.
scene.
He's trying to get Elena back.
I think he asks why Enzo is here instead of with his best friend, and he's like, oh, I'm trying to prove a point. Anyway, he threatens to divulge this information. Stefan's like, okay, go ahead. Fine, I'll deal with the fallout, whatever that is, but at least I'll be done with whatever this shit is. And, like, fully calls his bluff. And Enzo has to stand there and do nothing because that's all the leverage he has. Stefan's like, all right, well, I'm gonna go. And leaves. And Enzo stays there the whole night because now he has to figure out another plan. And that's when he that's when he compels the, like, what do you call a person who runs a place where art and photos are kept? Oh my god, all my words
I
are
don't know.
gone.
Curator?
Yes, the curator of the museum. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Gallery?
Gallery, yes! The curator of the gallery. Not blackmails. What's happening? If you wanted the bilingual struggle happening live, here we are. So, compels the curator of the gallery to package all of Sarah Nelson's stuff because he's maybe buying it, maybe stealing it, and then leaves with that. And we're supposed to cross our fingers and wait to see what Enzo's big revenge plan is. Stefan goes back to Caroline because that's his main storyline right now.
I guess it's Caroline being like, cool, I gave this cancer patient named Colin, who was terminal, so I mean, either way, I gave him some vampire blood, and he's fine. He's great. And Stefan's like, I don't know, girl, been alive for a century and a half and some change, and I've never heard of our blood curing cancer, but I can see that you need to believe that this is gonna work, so I'm not gonna rain on your parade. Does Colin die in the same episode? He does!
So, yes, but they're not aware of that. There's a really haunting scene where Caroline is feeding her mom blood and Colin is dying all the way in
yes.
North Carolina.
And since he's died with her blood in his system, he wakes up in transition in a hospital, which, funnily enough, is exactly how Caroline transitioned.
Yeah, I think it's the top of this episode when he tells her about Sarah Salvatore and she's like, I think it's really sweet that you've been taking care of her all this time and she doesn't even know.
I think it's really sweet that Caroline is the first person that he feels like he can trust in this group.
Yeah.
And
It's
tell about
lovely.
Sarah. Eat that, Elena.
There's no need. There's no need.
Caroline finally beat you at something.
There's There's nothing constructive about that sort of thinking at this stage in the game. But there is a really cute moment in season 8 when Sarah inevitably has to come back, where Caroline's the one to tell Barney about it all. And it's like, oh yeah, Caroline has this info as his partner. It's cute.
Episode 12, Prayer for the Dying.
Colin somehow finds his way to Caroline's house and is like, what have you done to me? I still have no idea how he got that information. But then Caroline calls Stefan over to help.
Now he has stage 10 cancer because he's a vampire.
Awful.
Which we discussed in the Caroline episode. Truly horrifying. So then she's like, okay, Stefan, turns out the blood didn't work.
Colin's trying to kill himself with a metal rod.
Can't because he doesn't know it has to be wood.
Damon comes in, yanks the heart out. But now they've fed the blood to Liz already, so we're like, okay, this is going to happen to Liz, guaranteed. As we've said in prior episodes, Damon and Elena come in to tag team shit all over everybody for trying to save Liz's life. Not important. Stefan claps back at Elena for trying to chastise him and is like, you weren't even here. You were with your boyfriend that you don't remember. So what are you trying to tell me? Caroline starts becoming very focused on preparing for her mother's funeral now that she screwed up. And Stefan's like, you screwed up, fine. What are you doing with the time you have left? And I believe this is when he tells her about his own mother who passed away of consumption back in the 1800s days. And how he was busy picking flowers, dillying and dallying, and he wasn't there to say goodbye to her when she died. They will slightly change this next season, but we won't get into that right.
They do.
So that prompts her to like, okay, let me stop dallying, even though I maybe almost killed my mother. Let me go back to the hospital and spend what time with her I have left. Unfortunately, when they get back, Elena, again, as a first-year, maybe medical student, I think she's actually pre-med, has been trying to do CPR on her in the hospital. The doctor had already called time of death, and she's just here crushing Liz's bones. And then Caroline cries over her, and then Liz has maybe a death dream? I'm not super sure. And then wakes up. And everything's fine for a bit again.
The death fake-outs on this show.
It's crazy.
Nothing will beat Catherine supposedly being drained of all her blood by Silas and somehow surviving, but
it starts getting ludicrous. But right at the end, Liz somehow gains consciousness enough to be upright and talking after having died. After sending Caroline to go get her some decaf because the doctors won't let her have coffee, she speaks to Stefan and says, hey, baby girl, I'm dying though. Like, I know we got really lucky somehow here, but I will be dead soon, and I need you to take care of Caroline when I'm gone. And Stefan is like, of course I will. And he doesn't see it, but Caroline is outside the door. Again, a vampire with super hearing this entire conversation. So that's the dramatic irony.
This is one of my least favorite arcs in the show, not because it's badly done, but just because it's really sad.
Because it's depressing.
Yeah. And it also, I guess, it doubles as another obstacle in the storyline thing. Ironically, it kind of helps mend that rift that was lingering between them. But it's like, but now, this is neither the time nor the place.
It couldn't possibly be. We're like deep in the grief. My mom's dying of cancer. Yes, you're being very sweet and helping me, but I don't have the capacity emotionally for romance. I mean, it turns out maybe I a little bit do, because she's not dead yet. But yeah, no, it's not great. We discussed it in the Caroline episode at length about how it's like, too many obstacles, man. I guess because they would too naturally gravitate into a really good relationship because Stefan and Caroline are both really good. So we have to artifice some hurdles for them.
Artifice! I don't know if you know that quote.
I will investigate every facet.
So, episode 13, The Day I Tried to Live. Enzo.
Yeah. Sucks when it starts with Enzo, don't it?
Enzo decides that it's time to enlist Matt's help to just cause trouble and strife in Sarah Nelson's life. I don't know why Enzo cares. I know even less why he needs Matt's help. Because this weird, I won't even call it a friendship, this partnership he has with Matt is largely under duress. But I'm like, okay, but why do you want Matt's help?
Because he recognizes Matt's kindly face and demeanor will be easier to lure a standoffish and suspicious gal like Sarah Salvatore.
That's fair. Those blue eyes
You know?
that got even the Catherine Pierce.
Matt's a teddy bear. You immediately are drawn to him, as opposed to Enzo, who looks dangerous and has a British accent in the South. It's like everything about you is off. My red lights are on, you know?
In order to do that, he literally has to threaten Kelly. He's like, oh, I know where your mother is. So,
Wow.
you know, I'm like, I don't know.
How do you even know who she is?
He went and dug through the Mystic Falls High records, found the name of the person who enrolled Matt at school was Kelly Donovan.
Okay.
Did a quick Google and LinkedIn search.
Reheating Klaus's nachos, by all means.
I mean, that's basically what Enzo does until season 7.
Yeah.
Reading Klaus's nachos. On the Stefan side of things, I guess he's with Caroline.
Caroline's decided, because I think it's Bonnie's birthday.
Yeah.
And she's still in the prison world. When they were kids, they were in a fight and she buried a teddy bear that Bonnie owned. It's the same one. Damon brought it from the prison world and kicked it at the Parker house you mentioned. She's now trying to find the real one from this world. It's a distraction from grief. And Stefan is a little bit going along with it, but he's mostly there to like push her out of the grief and get her to feel something. It's fun. Their banter's really good. He's there getting drunk, kind of being a jerk, so that she will actually like get upset at him and try to fight him, which she does. Knocks her on her feet with a spade. Or she knocks him on his feet with a spade. And then he grabs her leg and pulls her down too. And then after that, he's like, feel better? And she swipes his flask and starts drinking too. And she's like, yeah, I do. So that's really cute. They did find the bear, but then it got torn, like its arm got torn while she was pulling it out of the ground. So she starts laughing and then she starts like being a bit emotional, and then he talks her through it.
Yeah, I guess elsewhere in the episode, what does Enzo do to Sarah again? He hasn't done anything yet.
He gets Matt to befriend her, then later in the day pretend to have been monked to gauge what Sarah's, like, morality is, which she's nice enough to, like, get him to a cafe to warm up with a drink of coffee and have, like, a couple hours chat with him, and then take him to the bus stop so he can get back to his home. And then Enzo's like, perfect, she's a goody-goody. Now to corrupt her. And that's what goes into the next episode. So...
Enzo, you were not Angelus. She is not Drusilla. Please stop.
Fascinating things on the Enzo front.
Episode 14, Stay.
All alone, it was a fever.
They used that song on this show already.
Yeah, that's fair. They put Liz in palliative care in this one, right? They, like, keep her at home. They move her stuff into the living room so it's easier.
Yes.
Oh, they put her in a cabin. They're preparing the dad's cabin for when she has to spend her final weeks.
These people all just have cabins. Truly,
Yeah. This cabin was
upper
set up.
class or upper middle class or lower upper class. I don't know.
The cabin was set up at least in the prior season.
But Caroline does tell Stefan, hey, vampire ears, I heard Liz ask you to look out for me.
Stefan's like, that's not why I'm here. He's like, oh. Then what is it about? And he's like, well, I'm here for you because all the time that you hated me was like the worst I've ever felt in my life. And I never want that to happen again because you're my best friend, because I care about you. And I think earlier they'd had an awkward encounter where his phone was ringing and she had to like pull it out of his pants. So that was also kind of like, ooh. We're trying to navigate the intimacy. He's also been, like, fixing lights in the cabin. He's in a tank top, which, again, always happy to see. He's just been really, really putting in the effort.
Bring back real men.
Truly. Men in tanks, working on porches. Just really sweet.
Men who can cook, Stefan.
And they're getting closer, and the sun is just starting to set, so it's at the right moment to create a really picturesque, like, kind of setting. And Stefan finally, makes clear his feelings. And Caroline's like, okay, cool. And then they move closer, and then they kiss. And it's very pretty.
Ladies and gentlemen, sterilize.
Soft and warm, at least for the moment. I like it. I like that it is... I mean, it has to be gentle because, again, of the time we are in and the circumstances we are dealing with. I think they chose the best way to handle it. And then, then I was remembering it correctly because they kiss and then they go home and they learn that Liz has died.
Liz. Last parent standing.
She's coding in the hospital, and Stefan tells her how to get into her head because Caroline's never used mental powers before. And she gets to give her mom one last, like, comfortable moment as she dies. It's so sad.
The bicycle scene. Gosh.
Yeah.
I was not okay.
Oh, yeah. If we must discuss the Enzo side of things, this is when he stages an accident where Matt gets rammed by a car. And poor Sarah Salvatore tries to call an ambulance, but Enzo shows up and is like, I'm an innocent bystander. Wait, hold on, I'm a vampire. Watch me feed him my blood and then disappear. And that's it.
Gosh.
So...
yeah, I guess that's it for Stefan. Episode, wow, these are going quick.
yeah, it's mostly storyline. He's not involved in the main plot a lot, but to be fair, in season 6, almost no one's involved in the main plot. It's like 1 or 2 people at a given time.
It's usually Damon and Bonnie.
Yep.
Even Elena doesn't really link back to the Gemini Coven all that much. Nina was like, you guys need to learn how to exist without me because I'm leaving.
There's an episode where she almost is, and she walks out of the A plot into the B plot, like, directly. It's so funny to watch happen.
Episode 15, Let Her Go. This is the one where Caroline spends the day trying to plan the perfect funeral because she is well and truly planning to not feel anything tomorrow. Everyone just thinks, oh, she's being her usual type A self. It's only at the end where Elena's like, wait a second.
At the top of the episode, he speaks to Damon about Caroline, the worst thing you could possibly do. He gives him terrible advice. Because he's like, I kissed Caroline. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about her. And Damon's like, well, if you were in love with her, you'd know. If you kissed her and you didn't feel anything, then you might as well bail now so she doesn't get hurt. A terrible thing to say. You don't immediately fall in love when you kiss someone. What are you talking about? I hate it.
Damon's
so
been watching
much.
Disney movies. He watched Lemonade Mouth and was like, is that Luke Parker? Is that Megan, Elena's roommate?
So you tell Stefan that, and then at the same time, Caroline has been jonesing to ask Stefan the question, so what are we now that we've kissed one time? Because now that my mom is dead, I need some certainty and I need this answer. And Stefan is not prepared for this answer. It's so awful. In the middle of like planning this funeral, against Elena's advisement, because Elena's like, girl, just wait like one day. This can't be the day you do this. She sits Stefan down and is like, just check in. How do you feel about me? And Stefan, very fairly, but at the worst time, is like, I think we should wait until after buried your mom and we're done with the funeral to discuss like relationship stuff, you know? And Caroline takes that to be, oh, okay, well, he's gonna tell me he doesn't feel the same and that we should end things. Great. And at the end, she switches off her emotion. I will say, in the episode, there is a moment where he's like, oh, wait, shit, I'm being stupid and I'm overthinking this. And I think it's during the funeral. It might be when, because they did this in something else that I can't remember, where she sings and it's like, wait, I do love her. I've seen this on one of these shows
I think Kurt
before.
sang at the Bird's funeral, and Blaine was like, oh.
Wait, hold on, I figured it out. When you sang, I was moved. That's literally what Blaine says. He says, you moved me, Kurt, and this duet would just be an excuse to spend more time with you. I hate that I have that memorized. Because Klein was so important to me as a young thing in the early 2010s. These kids today, the Gen Alphas will never know. We didn't have so many options like you'll do now. So that moment, I think there's a moment where he gets a bit teary-eyed and he's like, hold on, I think I love Caroline, but it's too late. And that's your fault, Stefan, for not being quick enough, I guess.
And he's the one who finds Elena's body like on the floor after her neck snap when Caroline is deuced out. The only other thing in this episode is more Damon focused, where Damon's having all these flashbacks to his mother's funeral and how he didn't want to go or whatever. And Stefan was all weepy and like, oh no, I needed you and why couldn't you come through? And I guess Damon is now making up for that by being there for Liz. But that's more Damon-centric stuff.
Where Stefan's 5 and Damon is Ian Somerhalder. I remember.
Stefan is not 5.
Clearly 5 years old. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think canonically he's meant to be like 10.
He's being played by
which
a
means
baby.
Damon is meant to be 17.
Being played by 35-year-old Ian Somerhalder.
At this point, suspension of disbelief, we got a flashback a few episodes before to freshman year where Bonnie, Elena, and Caroline are all just being played by the same actresses.
I love that what they do is they put them in like little hats with the little palm on the top to indicate youth.
And I love that, as usual, Jeremy can't appear on screen because there's no realistic way to make Stephen R. McQueen
Like
look,
13?
14 now? They're just like, oh, we're gonna spend Christmas together, and then
Without
like,
Jeremy.
we get to torture Jeremy, and Bonnie's like, oh, I love torturing Jeremy.
That's funny.
But now we're in the no humanity era for Caroline. Yeah. Stefan has realized too little too late that he does love her because, of course, we've got to maintain the drama. This is episode 16, The Downward Spiral. Caroline attacks Liam.
Yeah, sure does. She gets Liam the first time and feeds from him and then is like, actually, I don't want to deal with you if I kill you. And that's when she goes, I can do this real chill for a year and like avoid my grief. And if y'all let me, we'll have no problems. Elena and Bonnie are like, this actually might be working. And Stefan is like, no, we can't let this happen. Partially because he's feeling guilty that he didn't tell Caroline he loved her in time for her to not do this. Insane, but I understand why he does that, because he takes on all the guilt of the world.
Yeah, that is his thing. And then he somewhat naively thinks, okay, if I go to her now and I tell her how I feel, I will be able to trigger her emotions and everything will come flooding back in. And I'm like, Stefan, I'm not trying to downplay the romance existing between you two, but why do you think that would work? Your relationship with Damon was never enough to trigger his humanity. Damon himself couldn't trigger Elena's humanity when they were being set up as endgame.
It's an inconvenient time for him to be like doing this because it really was working. I can't say for certain it would have worked forever, which is his argument. He's like, it'll work until it doesn't. But also I'm just like, give it some time. I don't know.
Caroline decides to be fiendish, and because Sarah has now been fully integrated into the plot, she kidnaps Sarah and is like, cool, Liam, make yourself useful. Remove her organs with the tiny little surgical skills you must have picked up on by now. Stefan and Elena go to Caroline being like, us, your faves, we'll be able to get through to you. And then Caroline's like, okay, cool, time for me to do something proper evil now. I will spare Sarah, your beloved niece, who I guess now it's like, well, Stefan, that's what you get for trusting Caroline with your secret. Immediately she's put in danger. She's like, I will spare Sarah if you turn off your humanity and join me. Elena manages to get to Liam just in time to stop him. But unfortunately, by then, Stefan has already decided, Elena, I'm going to give in to what Caroline wants in order to save my niece. I got to do this for her. And I'd just like to point out that this is like the umpteenth no humanity / Ripper arc for Stefan. And there will be more. But unlike some people, he is sacrificing himself. He is doing a selfless thing to save someone that he cares about and who he feels responsible for. He didn't get dumped and then turn off his humanity.
Unfortunately true. There's no way around it. He's always forced into this. He rarely ever chooses it.
I do like that he says to Elena, bring me back. It's like this dramatic thing. And I'm like, oh, you guys are so close. Amicable exes.
It sucks she won't. Again, I'm always like, what a damning statement about Elena and Damon and their position with Stefan is that she doesn't even try. Damon, when stepping up to the task, is like, well, I couldn't. Let's go bring my mom out of a prison world that I just learned about, and she'll do it.
Which is, I guess, the arc that we find ourselves in. For the next couple of episodes.
I hate this arc.
Is Bonnie back at this stage?
She comes back 17. In the episode where Caroline is first, like, no humanity. In this episode we just discussed. And she's like, oh, Bonnie, that's nice. Moves on.
Ah, I see. I guess it's her camcorder or whatever that Damon's looking at and he's like, is that my mom?
Yes, because Bonnie for a hot second crossed prison worlds while they were falling apart as Kai was maybe dying, but didn't. I will say Stefan almost gets Caroline back while they're by the bar, and that's what spurs her to go, actually, no, screw this. So, There's something to be said about that. But now it's all off, and they're both bad, and it's all bad, and they're Bonnie and Clyding through town. Well, not at first. At first, she actually wants nothing to do with him, because she's being very type A, no humanity, and he's being like indulgent chaos, clashing with her shit. And he keeps poking at her, and she keeps clapping back. He's making messes, she's cleaning it up. Until finally at the end, I think he just brings some blood to her by the end. He just brings someone who's like bleeding out that he's bitten and is like, come on, you know you wanna. And she's like, yeah, I guess I wanna. And then they drink from some person and then they start making out and it's awful and I hate it. And I hate that this is probably they probably had their first time while they were both no humanity. It's so
I know you hate it. I'm so sorry. That aside, that specific moment aside, I do enjoy their Bonnie and Clyding.
It's fun.
Because at the end of the last episode, when he switches it off and Elena's like, Stefan, are you okay? And he's like, I will be in about 3 seconds. And then drinks his mimosa or whatever it is.
They're both just drinking at the bar. It is objectively really fun and funny. I'm just depressed. So mind me, please. It is really hilarious.
It's very Spike and Drew. Two deadly vampires together.
That's so true. I like that. The main thing that happens is they torture Matt and Tyler for a little bit. She runs that game show. Oh yeah,
she has that little quiz which is like, okay, boyfriends of relationships past.
Yeah. The arc is largely about Caroline and Stefan as being her like jobber / boyfriend. Which is fun,
and she ditches him to save herself.
yeah, that's the main part, where they bring Lily Salvatore back from the prison world, and they put her in front of Stefan, and Caroline clocks, oh, they're gonna bring him back, and then he's gonna bring me back. Absolutely not. Stakes Stefan and runs. But meanwhile, Lily gives a very beautiful speech that we thereafter learned was rehearsed and from Damon.
Giving the performance of her life.
And you know what? Kudos to her for that. Congratulations. And Stefan, his humanity comes back. And it's really lovely. Because as they establish in that episode in Damon and Elena discussion, is that Stefan was a mama's boy. And he very much had an affinity for his mother.
I was going to say, it because his humanity comes back quite quickly this time around. But it is set up that, like, yeah, she's the trigger. He was a mama's boy.
He would have done anything for her.
Soft younger son. Damon was the daddy's boy, which, terrible choice there considering the parent Giuseppe was.
Yeah.
It's established that, the Ripper thing is hereditary. Sorry, no memories, Stefan. It's not about trauma, although I guess trauma doesn't help.
There's a combination aspect there. Because certainly most vampires have trauma, but they react to it a certain way. But it is part of the speech she gives to bring him back to be like, that experience you have of vampirism, you get it from me. And that is what brings them closer to each other in that moment and allows him to get closer to the flip. It's kind of sweet. Unfortunately, she's not looking to be their mom in that moment.
She's like, so I left something in the prison world and I really need to go get it. It's my real family. Because I moved on from you guys.
She doesn't say real. She says new. There's a difference.
Elsewhere in this episode, I guess Enzo gets bored of the Sarah stuff.
Because he decides, well, I guess I'm just gonna bring you to your family. In the interim, he has told her he's a vampire, and she's like, okay, and he's like, what? Yes. And she's like, I thought there'd be something more exciting. So now the game is done, I guess, for him. And he's like, well, I'm dropping you on the Salvatore's doorstep. Why? Not sure. So he does that, but then he finds Lily, and he's like, oh my god, my past. And then he leaves with Sarah. And then Sarah has to sit there while he tells his tragic backstory, because Enzo's not connected to anyone else in the story who would listen to that. And then he goes and drops her off at home, and he tries to wipe her memory of it, but she's on Vervain thanks to Matt, and she knocks him out and ties him up. And at the end, she goes, well, shit, there's nothing I can do, you're a vampire. And he leaves her with the memories, and he goes. And it's the most pointless. They never get back to Stefan, now that I think about it.
They don't? So is that...
That's it. After this episode...
Is that where the Sarah thing closes out?
Sarah Salvatore leaves. She does not come back.
She leaves and we don't see her again until season 8?
Yep.
Ridiculous. Good lord.
It's so Stupid.
Wow.
Because in my head I was like, I know you're mentioning all this because technically it has to do with Stefan. But as we were going, I was like, I don't think that ever resolves with Stefan. So we might be doing this for nothing.
I guess we're doing it for season 8.
That's true. You're so right. Hold this in your mind, listener, for when we get to season 8. At the end of I Could Never Love Like That, he goes, now my humanity's back on and my mission is to save Caroline.
So that's when he's now undercover and is like, okay, I've got to act like my bad self to convince Caroline that I'm still evil. It reminds me of, spoilers for anyone who's never watched Buffy or Angel.
What season?
This is like season... I know you've watched it because we've spoken about the scene, where in the one show we see the scene from Spike's point of view, and in the other show we see it from Angel's point of view in the flashback to like China.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's like season 4 of Buffy, and maybe...
Which I guess would be season 1 of Angel.
One of Angel, yeah, I think that's about right.
We see that when Angel first became ensouled, he did go back to his evil maker, Donna, and try to continue living life as a bad vampire. And she could tell something was off, but they never told the rest of their little group, Drew and Spike, that he now had a soul. So he was trying to play at being evil. He was very much acting like the modern Angel, who's like really broody and moody. Because I was like, no, Angelus has a whale of a time.
Yeah.
But
now he's just
But
here,
he's there like, okay, I'm gonna be angry the whole time, and hopefully they think that me being angry is me being evil.
And it's like, babe, no. These people, I mean, they're all vampires, but they know you fairly well.
So Stefan is undercover.
He pretends they've both been entrapped by Damon and Elena. They get shot up with vervain darts after getting into a B&B. His plan is to be in here, like, playing the part while Elena and Damon hopefully figure out a way to get Caroline back while he's keeping her there. They don't, because they're terrible. I think Stefan had a contingency to get Elena to bring them a letter that
The
Caroline's
stupidest
mother had left behind.
execution of that contingency. You didn't make a copy.
It's not great.
You just...
It's not great at all.
The way my heart sank when he was like, I have this letter from your mom, the silver bullet. And then she's like, cool, throw it in the fire. And he's like,
But what if you might regret not reading it afterwards? She's like, what are you talking about? Burn that shit now.
And he's like, okay, I guess I have to stay in character and burn
Turns
it.
to Elena with the most severe expression. Again, supposed to be no humanity. Is like, sorry, Elena. Guess you're gonna have to find some other way to get us back. And it's supposed to be haughty, but he's being genuine in that moment. Like, please, you have to find some other way to get her back. Oh, God, no.
Oh, gosh. Showed your hand.
Yeah, she figures out he has his humanity back because he's too much of a gentleman, which tracks, honestly. She's like trying
She
to
mocks him
initiate.
for it. She's like, what's the matter, Stefan? You don't want to take advantage of me? And I'm like, well, yes. I mean, well, no. He doesn't want to.
It's awful. I hate it. She thinks she busts out. She didn't. She's in a mind dream that Stefan's put in her head.
Which is nice, because I'm like, at least in this instance, it's like, yeah, Stefan is older and stronger than you and has more experience with the mind powers. So, you thought.
But he puts a dream in her head that's like her mom comes back as a cop to arrest her and be like, my daughter's good and nice and kind to people. And then she figures that out. So he then goes, okay, well, here's a real memory of your mom leaving this letter with me as she died. And now you've burnt it. And Caroline's like, wait, no, hold on. I want to know what it said. And he's like, sorry, you made me burn it. There is no way to get back those final words because she's dead. And Caroline's like, oh no. Immediate snap, emotions rush back, start sobbing. Job is done. And he goes, well, time for me to leave because this whole situation is far too effed for us to get back to any semblance of what we were. And I think Rick and Joe, who are like chaperoning for everybody this season, are like, maybe you should let Caroline decide that. So he does go to speak to Caroline and she goes, actually, no, yeah, I'm gonna leave because your instinct was correct. And that's how that ends.
Oh, yay. It's fine. It's fine. 2 episodes left. It actually...
I don't know if I can make it.
Oh no, it's actually 3 episodes.
It's 3. We still have the bachelor party.
Gosh, I'd leave my happy home for you. This is the weird bachelor party where it's Alaric, his friend Damon, who, remember, murdered his wife after sleeping with her, snapped his neck at one point, compelled him to steal from his current girlfriend, his bestie,
he did
Damon.
do that this season.
And then a bunch of teenagers who he once taught. Well, they're not teenagers anymore, but a bunch of 20-somethings who he taught when they were teenagers.
Including Stefan, who was neither a 20-something or a teenager, but he did once teach him, so fair. I think this episode, Damon's decided to take the cure, and Rick is like, you have to tell Stefan he's your brother. You'll be leaving him, abandoning him, essentially, for his immortal life. And so Damon tells him. I think there's one more encounter with Enzo, and it's to do with Stefan, and there's simply no, there is a reason to talk about it. Damon tells Stefan, and Stefan's like, what? And then Enzo comes into Stefan's room for whatever reason. And Stefan's like, is this still happening? And Enzo's like, mate, your mother, she's in trouble. I'm attached to her story now. And so then Stefan has to head out and go find Lily, who is in a ripperfugue because they won't let her have her family back. This is when Lily's chasing after Elena. Because she's in a fugue. So Stefan fails to help Lily out because his plan is to just verbena and put her in a dungeon, and she clocks it and then overpowers him and then escapes. Damon and Elena end up getting Lily. Elena, who's human now, by the way, runs away. Final girling, and then Damon finally shows up and snaps her neck. And you really have to go, now that Elena's human and Damon, you're choosing to be human, how will you all have dealt with this? But okay. And then they put her in the
Caroline
dungeon.
and Stefan would have saved them. And Bonnie with magic.
Yeah, I guess it's their job now. And then they put Lily in the Salvatore cell, and Enzo comes by again for some reason, and it's like, go away.
Yeah.
It's sad. The conversation between him and Lily is very sad because he's like, Lily, please, we're your sons. Stay alive for us. This is crazy. And she's like, I'm sorry. I've been away for years and years, and my only family that I knew who was alive was these heretics. You don't know they're heretics yet, but you're about to find out.
Her method is kind of what he claimed to everyone at the beginning of the season he was trying to do. She's like, I had trauma, I had grief, I forced myself to move on, and like a good air nomad, I have completely detached from
earthly
from
things.
you and your brother. I'm so sorry.
Which is fair. It's like she had no idea they were going to be turned into vampires. She left America before that even happened.
Poor Stefan is like, I am willing to wait for a long time because we're immortal until you see me as your son again. And she's like, okay, cool. Anyway, when I find my new family...
Yeah, sucks. And then it's the wedding.
I guess that's it, yeah. Episode 21, I'll wed you in the summertime.
Yep.
Which gooped and gagged us, as we know, when Kai shows up and murders the bride, the pregnant bride. Which I'd never thought about until now, but I'm like, oh gosh, there's 2 pregnant murders in this season.
They were really about the pregnant lady murder this season, and it's fascinating. I wonder what was in the energy.
They said this is Chekhov's gun when we said it's the worst thing Damon's ever done. It's now going to be the worst thing one of our villains has ever done.
It's like Kai kills the entire coven right after that. So I would argue 2 things happen. One is that Caroline was not in the episode with the Bachelor and Bachelorette parties, so this is the first time Stefan and her have seen each other. So there's bits of
she's on her apology tour.
Yes. And so she gives him the apology, and he's like, okay, didn't need one. Can we talk about us? And she's like, us is too complicated right now. I'm just trying to keep it simple. He then takes Damon on a mental trip to visualize his life as a human and show him why that's such a bad idea. Weirdly doesn't work.
Being like, listen, I love humans, and I wanted Elena to be human even for herself outside of me, as we saw by the end of season 4. But you, my brother,
you don't give a shit
being human.
About humans.
Like, we talk a good game about how I forced you to become a vampire, but you love being a vampire, let's be honest.
Right.
It's everyone else who suffers for you being a vampire.
Right. If we're keeping it a buck, thank you very much. And Damon's like...
He even warns him that, hey, much like Catherine, your fave, eventually people will learn that you're human. And you probably also got a lot of enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, Stefan is the mouthpiece for Delena because he's like, listen, I took Damon on a quest and he passed the test. He has thought this through and he wants to be with you. So
go forth, my friend, and prosper.
And then Elena is like, actually, you need to tell Damon that he wouldn't be happy.
I do not care. This means
I just think that's funny
to me. No, it's great. I love it. I'm just saying the considerations of Damon and his struggle as to whether he's be human or vampire, I don't care.
I just love that Stefan is now the mouthpiece for why this will work. And Elena's like, I don't know. I'm in the relationship and I'm kind of like, So Stefan's like, cool. Okay, Damon, what if you and Elena break up? Look, your end game is good for you. Elena and I were soulmates at a certain point.
Right. And then he took her away.
He gives Damon the vision of him and Elena being all this jaded older couple who've fallen out of love.
Now, Stefan's not a bitter man, but I like to imagine a very tiny, tiny sliver of him was having some fun making that vision out, because he had to make that out of nowhere. He really had to stage the scene, cast the mental actors, really write out the script. He was a little too ready with that. I don't know. I love that.
He was like, I've had this fanfic I've been working on for a while.
It's a fix-it fic about how Delena collapses naturally as they would given their personalities and their dynamic.
Oh, if only. Gosh. Don't threaten me with a good time. But Damon's like, actually, no, Stefan, you just don't want me to be human because you're scared of losing me and Elena, the two most important people to you. And I'm like, haven't we moved on from that now? He's in love with Caroline.
Let's honestly descend to yours. That's why I'm always like, the Delena show, they're so important. They're central to everything. It's like, not to me.
But yeah, Stefan's like, hey, Elena's human. Imagine if you lose her. And then gives Damon a vision of life without Elena. And I'm like, Stefan, you need to stop.
That's funny.
It's all Damon being sad and just drinking himself into a stupor. And I'm like, why is every version of Damon's miserable future just him being a drunk? Stefan!
He's projecting a little bit. Listen,
he's
got addiction issues. His own version of misery is a lot of that. So I get it.
And then he's like, okay, I'm going to come clean. This was actually Elena's idea. She was the one who wanted me to dissuade you from this. Because as we know, Elena's like, no, I want to be human more than anything.
Right.
Now,
but I know
there was a brief gap there where
Damon,
I was fine.
though.
But I truly believe in being human and dating an immortal, ageless soulmate. So I don't need or want Damon to be a vampire. And it's like, okay,
Right.
Elena, sure, whatever.
But yeah, the wedding happens. Kai shows up and kills Joe, destroys the venue, kills himself, thereby killing the Gemini Coven, wakes up a heretic because he struck a deal with Lily. Unconscious Stefan and Caroline are snatched up by Enzo, because again, Enzo's still here. Takes them all the way to where Lily is. Inexplicably disappears and leaves them to deal with the drama. Stefan tries his damnedest to beg Lily once again to just I don't know why you need these random people. It's like the people she spent 60 years of her life with, but okay. You have your sons. Aren't we enough? And she's like, I'm sorry, my son. I'm nothing without them. And he's like, well, fine. Then I'm going. And he leaves her at the terminal. Then we see him and Caroline at the hospital because Elena's now in the Sleeping Beauty curse, but they don't know. She's just unconscious. And Caroline's like, I'll be okay because Elena's my best friend and we'll always be best friends. When she wakes up, that'll be the same. But for you, Stefan, she was the love of your life. This is really sad that she's going to be asleep for 80 years. And Stefan's like, yeah, Elena was the love of my life, but also that was a while ago, 2 whole seasons. And I'll always love her. But I've moved past that. Is that what you're worried about? Is that why you're holding out? And Caroline doesn't really give a concrete answer. So then we move away from that. And we go through, we've been interspersing in the final episode, the little goodbyes that Elena is having with everybody in the mind space. And the goodbye she has with Stefan, if you don't count the big swelling, thinking out loud dance on the road that she has with Damon.
It's not thinking out loud.
It feels like it. It is the, best one. It's the longest, most concrete one where they take that walk to the quarry. And they have a sweet little goodbye.
And she's like, I can't wait to see the life you've chosen for yourself in the next 60 or 70 years. And I'm like, you guys keep trying to map out like an assumed millennial lifespan. Bonnie's a witch.
Assuming
she might
you're gonna
live to
be
be
alive.
100.
Real crazy given the lives you'll live currently that nobody's gonna take y'all out before then, but fair. I guess you've got.
Yeah, it could be shorter, it could be longer. She could be like Gloria and Nandi.
Right. But they're at the quarry, which holds such importance for both of them because it's where they walked the first time, where Elena told him she didn't want to be a vampire. It's where he drowned for 3 months. It's just it's a charged place for Stelena.
A lot of water symbology in their relationship.
Right.
He saved her from drowning twice. He drowned and all the while thought of her. When they say goodbye in their mind space, they're at a body of water.
And he's like struggling. He's like, I'm struggling to say goodbye. How can I say goodbye? You're like one of the most important people in my life ever. It's really sweet. All else aside, I love the two of them.
And if any small sliver of me was clinging to hope of Stelena, I wasn't at this point. But if something in my unconscious mind thought there was a chance, I was like, well, it's over now. She's leaving the show. And they have solidly affirmed that Delena is endgame.
It's just so crazy. It's still so crazy, but it's whatever at this point.
Yeah.
But they have that sweet goodbye, and after that's done, because Stefan's the one giving everybody the mental thingy, and then he leaves Damon and Elena by themselves and goes into another room in the house where Caroline is, by the fireplace. And I think it's the same room that in season 5, when the two of them were getting closer, where they would like sort of come back to as their home base to discuss the shit that was going on in the season. So I also thought that was significant. And that's when he tells Caroline, listen, you have a lot to sort out. Your mom literally just died. You had a no humanity period. And now you're just dealing with the fallout of all that shit. So I understand that you need time. We're immortal. Got all the time in the world. And I'm willing to wait. Because Caroline earlier told him the ways that being in love with him has ruined her life. And he's like, here's the ways that being in love with you changed mine. And it's the first like explicit confirmation Stefan gives her that he is in love with her. And it's beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was a slow burn, like I always say. It was believable. Because, I mean, I might not have wanted Steroline. There's a lot of relationships in this show that don't make any sense on paper and don't make sense the way that they're acted out in the show. Steroline makes a lot of sense. It feels very organic.
A proper friends to lovers. It's like... you could see the chemistry that was building. You could see the circumstances that shifted in such a way that they started to see each other a little differently. And as I always say, becoming lovers does not erase the friends. And in fact, it would be great if a lot more of y'all out there in relationships liked your partners and were friends with them. I think that would help y'all a bit. Because... I think the quote is from, it might either be from that Miley Cyrus movie, LOL, which was not great, but fun. Or
I liked it at the time.
I did too, I was young. Or it might be from a Chloe Grace Moretz movie where she's a violinist, prodigy teenager dating a band guy, and she's in an accident where she's then in a coma and is a ghost. It's very Just Like Heaven, but not as fun. One of those movies has a quote that love is friendship on fire. And it has always stuck with me because I do believe that to be true.
Unless you're Delena, in which case love is just a trash heap on fire.
Yeah. And you can't be friends during that.
But yeah, as you said before, moving forward, they will become the primary romantic couple in the show.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Good for y'all.
And it's about damn time. The Delena show has been exhausting for those of us who don't subscribe.
Yeah.
Finally, we get to be somewhat excited and validated by the main romance. So it's
And the thing about Stelena and then also with Steroline is that when Stelena was a thing, it wasn't like everything was revolving around their relationship. There was a lot going on. It was, moonstones and doppelgangers and Klaus, and it was really only Catherine who was in town briefly focusing on making the two of them break up, but actually had other plans in the background.
Exactly. Their relationship was not all about their relationship. A lot of time it was about them being a partnership against the evils of the world, which was what the draw of the early seasons was. Delena, for whatever reason, the vortex...
Every obstacle is themselves. Obstacle is themselves is so real. And that's all she wrote for Stefan Salvatore this season. An interesting season for him. Certainly he ends on a better note than he ended the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I'll say so.
My guy deserved a break.
Weirdly, both season 5 and 6, he truly is relegated in terms of importance in the like roster of characters, but also where it pertains to the plot.
When you're romantically linked to Caroline, you're automatically in the B plot.
That's
them's
fair.
the rules.
That's fair.
It was true for Matt. It was true for Tyler.
It's just interesting given how much of, because as we've all been saying, Stefan the Knight, Stefan the hero, how much of a primary protagonist he was alongside Elena, and the minute that him and Elena have broken up, he just like falls down that ladder, and it's like, that's weird, because he's still the same guy. And Damon is not, and sadly never becomes that guy. So it's just watching a lot of Damon faffery and having Stefan off on the side doing something unrelated. Which is like, okay, I guess.
But the Lily stuff also sets up a lot of nice screen time for him. And then going into the next season, we get to meet some new characters as well. And of course, because this is a CW drama, if you thought that everything was going to be sunshine and rainbows...
If you thought the main romantic pair was going to have a chill time actually getting to develop their relationship, what a fool you were, listener.
But yeah, those are all my thoughts for Stefan Part 3.
Yeah. Before we close out, just a nice little, because I looked ahead to see when is this episode gonna drop. When this episode drops, 3 days after that is going to be our 2-year anniversary of the podcast. Woo! We have been doing this for 2 years. It feels insane to say now that I've said it, but my God, what a journey. Thank you, as always, Fadzai, for agreeing to do this insane thing. Thank you, listeners.
Thank you for coming up with this insane thing.
Thanks. Thank you, listeners, for sticking with us. I know there's at least some of y'all that have been around since the beginning. Anyone who's new, don't worry, we love you just as much. It's been great. It's a lot of work, but if I didn't enjoy doing it, we would not be here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's all from us for now. If you have any questions or thoughts, you can email us at animalattackpod@gmail.com, or you can tweet us at animattackpod. That's at ANIM attackpod, and you'll find our link tree in the bio with all of our online stuff. But until next time, thank you and goodbye.
Cheers.